Good evening, ladies, gentlemen, and all variations thereof, and welcome to Thursday? Yes, Thursday. Thursday stream with Lying and Farrell eventually. But at the moment, just me. Because this is the way we always start these streams. Yes, welcome everybody. Welcome. I am a little tired. Hey, Lydia! Thank you for 19 months! 19 months! Good grief! If that was years, you'd be illegal to drink. But it's not. So Twitch subs don't count as verifiable age. Well, I mean, technically Twitch subs could count as verifiable age ratings. But probably not a good way to calculate your age if you're doing it through Twitch subs. Might end up being a bit confusing. I mean, you never know what sort of content people have left on their televisions for their children to watch, and what sort of content comes after it once the program's finished. I would be very surprised if there was a 19-month-old watching, because I mean, technically speaking, Lying, according to any platform, my content isn't suitable for people under the age of 16. Because I swear. And I swear a lot. And I am particularly irritated at the idea of internet sanitization, which is... oh, God. Anyway. Yeah, today we're doing some Space Engineers. Yeah. Today we're doing some Space Engineers. We're gonna start off in my vanilla construction world, actually. Because Lying and Farrell won't be here for another hour, which means I have time to play around. And we'll start work properly on the base when Lying and Farrell get here. But for the moment, we're gonna take a look at my mostly vanilla construction world, because a few weeks back, someone asked me, what are the ships in the Ghost Industries collection for Space Engineers? And I took a little bit of time and I went through a few different designs that I was looking at to try and figure out which ones were right. So, these are the ships. These are the ships that I'm currently working on, or I have currently worked on. Hey, Homegrown. These are the ships, or the various ships that I have designed that I would count as being parts. Yeah, there's a very significant theme here. And I'm aware of that. But in fairness, they are all sort of meant to be part of the same collection. I don't really get where the Batmobile theme is coming in, Lying. Steamboat definitely. On Dragon Reaver's end. Steamboat is definitely a theme that is familiar to me. Oh, and then there's that thing that I've been tinkering with. But we're not going to focus on that. So these are the various under production and almost complete ships that are part of the Ghost Industries both new and old fleet. I'm looking at these ships that I have built, Aluka. And the various ships that I have built, what's with the bounding box? Oh, Okay. If you're actually if you're interested, Line, for a world that has pretty helpful things for actually building in creative. Although I would like it if it was a different color, because I build in grey, and the bounding box is grey. But the bounding box is essentially a skybox. It's a modded skybox which has the X, Y, and Z coordinates, rather, I should say, on the thing. I will very quickly... Have I considered more color? Yes, I have. I once went for white. It was interesting. I don't think I'll do it again. No, I'm kidding. So, hold on. Let me quickly grab this. So, this is an AQD mod, if I remember correctly. Skybox. Let's see, where is it? Builder's Skybox, I think it's called. Hold on. I should probably just look at Inenra's pages. Thermal imaging camera. Trying to find the thing. Oh, it was on the front page and I didn't even see it. Amazing. Copy page URL. Okay, so this is AQD's Inenra's Builder's Skybox, which essentially has massive grid and coordinated like areas, and it's actually really nice. It is really nice to build it. Only problem for me is that, yeah, I build in grey and black, and that presents a bit of a problem against a skybox that is grey and black. But you know, I can kind of see it fine, so I'm not that fussed. Thinking I might start branching out into yellows and reds a bit more. But yes, these are the ships that somebody asked. I have done a silver ship before, Dragon Reaper. I have actually. If I remember correctly, what was it called? I think. Huh. It's not the V1 Zeppelin. Here we go. Wait, I just skipped past it. The Devotion. Yes. So the Devotion was in fact a silver ship. That was being painted chrome, silver, and pink. I think you can see where this was going. It was nicknamed the Zoompelin. And the idea was that it was a Zeppelin that had rocket boosters. Yeah. That was my. In fairness, it was very much one of those old style silver rockets in design. But then it started to get pink, and I was building this on Okay, like quite a few things, I was building this on a server that Wasted was hosting for stream. And it never got finished because Wasted had 2 streams on that server and then it disappeared. And I was like, okay, I guess I've got the blueprint now. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. So yeah. So I have done like a silver ship before, but it's yeah. Full RGB problem solved. Maybe. But yeah, like these ships, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, technically 6. The 6 ships that are here are the definitive ships that are in the Ghost Industries ship collection. And a few of these are missing a few bits and pieces. For example, this vessel was designed with a few more mods in mind than are in this world at the moment. So it would usually have like massive spinning fans in the wings. It would have torpedo launchers in the side. It would have swarm launchers over here. These doors would actually have doors in them that opened outwards. And down here, this bay would have a door section that would lower down and slide away, or come up and slide away, to actually have to be sealable. The entire vessel is designed to be sealable. This one is one of the few that's almost ready for the workshop, but isn't quite there yet. This one, the Scorpius, is on the workshop, as a matter of fact. I believe it's on the workshop. I think. Hold on, let me check. Workshop. Once you posted. Yeah, Scorpius class destroyer. So I will actually very quickly post. I suppose I can just post the links to each of these. So this... hold on. Let's do this one first. So this is the Auriga class dropship. We built the original, the Mercy's Hope, on stream with Lying. And then this was the retrofitted design. Here is the blueprint. Then we have... Oh, yeah, there is one missing, actually, from this lineup, I think. Maybe? There's 2 missing. Oh, shit. Alright. So, this here... This is the Orion class. This is the Orion class delivery vessel. This one is very old, but this is a retrofit of the original. Very much a retrofit, which is under this particular blueprint link here. Then, of course, we have the Scorpius, which is this ship here. Hold on. Alt tab. There we go. And that comes under this blueprint. And then there's the Taurus class. Now the Taurus class, which is on the workshop, I will say, I don't count it as a core Ghost Industries ship. For 2 specific reasons. Let me show this. Taurus class cargo ship. Let's go with the one that's on the workshop. Here we go. So, this, for those of you who are unaware, is the Taurus class cargo ship. This isn't an info dump about my hyperfixation line. This is an info dump about someone else asking me about something that I've done. If it was an info dump about my hyperfixation, we'd be here a lot longer. My current hyperfixation is Critical Role, but, you know. This is the Taurus class. So the Taurus class, there are two reasons why I don't count it as a standard Ghost Industries ship. One, it is not a military vessel, and all of the vessels that are here are either military or military adjacent. And two, it does not hold the same color scheme. It is white and orange instead of gray and orange. So yeah, it's there's kind of a few different bits and pieces that I hold for a Ghost Industries ship to be a Ghost Industries ship. And the general classification for a Ghost Industries ship would be a Ghost Industries ship, and I am thinking of revising these classifications because I'm slowly losing interest in this color scheme. Like, it's nice and it makes sense in space, but I don't know. So yeah, the general classification for a Ghost Industries Navy ship, that is kind of what it is, or a Ghost Industries Space Force ship, if you will, is it needs to be combat capable. It needs to abide by the colors of gray, sort of a deep russet umber yellow kind of color, and white. Yeah, there we go. Brain was not working for a moment. So like grey, white, and this sort of umber, sort of yellowish color. And the last sort of classification piece is it needs to have these sort of wheel sections in the hull. The idea behind the wheel sections is that they're part of the power plant of the ship. And in this instance, that is correct. In this ship, I don't think it's correct. In this ship, it's definitely not correct because all of this is vessel storage. I'm not sure about this ship. I think it might be correct, but I can't remember. So even for like these small ships, you can still see you've got these wheel sections on the side, even as small as they are. And then you've got the small grid ships, which don't have the wheel sections, but they're not really big enough to have that. So yeah, I don't know. And then we've got this thing that I was tinkering with. So yeah, Line, you remember the space station that you were tinkering with? This is my variation tinkering with hinges. So many hinges. There are hinges on hinges. This is such a bad idea. That's all I'll say. It really is. It's such a bad idea. And then you've got this thing, which is technically part of the Ghost Industries fleet construction system. This is essentially a it's a construction bay, essentially. But if we do that, let's see if this still works. I don't remember if it does. This thing works on timers. This was my first experiment on timer blocks. There we go. Yeah. This was a complete experiment a few, I don't know, maybe 2 years ago at this point. And I was like, okay, well, we're building a spaceship. Realistically, when a spaceship leaves space dock, it'll just go in one. It'll be built in there and then just go out one of the ends. Or if it's coming into repair, it'll go in one end and come out the other. And I thought, well, that sounds cool and all, But what about the ships that can't really do that, or that maybe they're just a little too big to be maneuvered in properly? Well, in that case, this thing, or several modules of this thing, would be lined up together, because it's designed to be completely modular. So you've got the merge blocks and stuff in the back and front. But essentially, what it would do is it would lower itself, or sort of have the ship sort of gently slide up into place, and then the claws would come down and lock it into place, kind of thing. I never got the idea to any further than this stage. There were a few concept ideas of, like, floating around of the, like, 7-segment or 9-segment locking systems. But I never really got around to doing much with it. It wasn't something that I focused much of my time on. But yeah, what we have... Oh, God, I'm upside down. What we have here is we have a drone escort carrier. We have a Styx-class escort ship, which is this unfinished piece here. We have the Scorpius-class destroyer, which is that little one over there. We have the Aquila-class transport ship, I think that one is. And this is the only ship in this lineup, I believe, that is not named after a constellation, and this is the Equitus-class light cruiser. Well, Aquila meaning eagle, I believe, line, but, yeah, I guess. The fact that it's a cargo ship just dooms it all the more, but, you know. And each of these ships has, like, these long, thin rear nacelles, and all of them have these kind of sloped sections, some of them. Most of them do. These ones are actually a lot thinner than the others. But yeah. There's not a lot of artificial gravity. Actually, there is. If I drop over to here, bump, artificial gravity, 0.35 Gs in the Equitus. Then over here on the Scorpius, it's 0.30 Gs. There's no artificial gravity in the Styx class, but that's because if I actually show you guys what's in the Styx class, it's basically nothing. There is nothing in here. It is a complete shell. I haven't finished building it yet. What it does have in abundance is solar panels mounted on subgrids to curve around these outer edges. The idea behind this one is it's a long distance exploration ship. I don't believe that. Yeah, no. This one doesn't have artificial gravity yet because I haven't got around to installing it. It does have the railguns, but you know. Oh, and yes, then we've got the Gavarone, which I'm pretty happy with, honestly. I believe neither of the small. Yeah, no, neither of the small ships have any form of artificial gravity, but that's because they're small grid. Then we've got the... This is the interior of the Orion. It used to be that it didn't have a survival kit, and it had 2 cryopods, one on each side, and all of these tanks weren't hit. But it didn't have enough fuel capacity, the original design. So I did a little bit of tinkering, and we ended up with a little bit of an offset style, but I'm not actually that mad about it. I don't mind it all that much. It's kind of nice. And then of course we've got the Auriga class dropship, which has its lower bay that lowers down and locks into place. acts as partial landing gear, which is quite nice. I'm really happy with that. One of the problems that we've started having in Space Engineers again is the fact that whenever a conveyor network disconnects or reconnects, all of the hydrogen thrusters turn off. Well, it's not the landing gear, but it can act as a landing gear in an emergency situation. But also, yeah, Space Engineers bug, hydrogen stops working if it disconnects and reconnects to a cargo conveyor system. The Scorpius class, I'm very happy to report, has actually a decent set of airlocks. So you close the door, you wait a second for it to pressurize, and the other door opens. And then you close this door, that door turns on, the air depressurizes. It takes a little while in this instance because it's a creative world, so the tanks are basically always full. This isn't great. But yeah, eventually it'll depressurize and you can exit. And then at the moment it locks back up because it thinks, oh, you've opened this door, I must close it. Because thing. Yeah, this door at the back here acts as a vent unit for the tank. So that basically, as long as the door is activating or deactivating, it'll vent a small amount of oxygen out of the tank until it's at 75%. Which I think works pretty well. The annoying thing is, the activation sound for the door is not localized. It just happens, so everyone hears it, no matter where they are in the world. It's quite irritating, actually. So, thanks, Space Engineers, on that one. But yeah. Then there's also it's the same system, same airlock system in the Equitus, actually. You've got the event controller, you've got the this system and everything. It's quite nice, actually. It's really simple. Yeah, I'm starting to get to grips with event controllers, and I'm slowly getting to figuring all of that out. Yeah. This button is to open or close the exterior door in case it's in. It's only taken me a month? It's not even taken me that long. I looked at the event controllers when I don't want to deal with them, and then I came back to it like a week later and went, I'll take a look at airlocks because I kind of want to work them out. And it took me like maybe an hour and a half of playing around with settings before I realized that Space Engineers just doesn't update things properly for like 5 minutes, and once it does, then things start to work. So yeah, fun times. But yeah, this is the interior of the Equitus. It's a vessel that I designed for a YouTube series, and with that being said, it doesn't quite make sense from the point of view of standard usage, because it has a crew capacity of 9, and because of that, there's a lot more area of the ship than there is crew capacity. Yeah. I don't remember. Yeah, there's 2 cryopods upstairs. There's 4 down here, making 6. There's 1 behind the AI core, and I believe, yeah, there's 1 in here. It makes 8. I'm wondering if I've missed a cryopod. I might have. I might have by accident missed a cryopod. That is very possible, actually. Yeah, I think there's 8 cryopods, but the ship is designed for 9 crew. So yeah, that one's a little... I need to install another cryopod somewhere. I mean, technically speaking, I could just stick it here, but I'm not gonna do that. Yes. Well, I guess I get to show you guys the outer door buttons now. So that works. But yeah, there's a lot of different vessels in this collection. There's a few more in my blueprints that I'm not ready to show off yet, but these are the ones that I'm mostly happy with overall, honestly. These ones aren't too bad. They look pretty decent, at least on the outside. Originally, I looked at what's this one? I don't remember what this one's called. I honestly forget. But the carrier, the drone carrier, definitely the interior needs a lot of work, but the exterior is mostly fine. The sticks, I feel like needs definitely some work on the interior. There is no interior, so it needs work. The Aquila isn't too bad, but I feel like the gun turret layout is all wrong at the moment. So it's probably gonna get a refit at some point. The Equitus is my pride and joy. And it is probably the ship out of every ship in Space Engineers, it is probably the one ship that I have spent the most time on. I started building that just after I finished the what's it called? The Queen Anne. Just after I finished the Queen Anne, I started work on the Equitus. And I can probably check the workshop to see when that was. When was this uploaded? This was uploaded in January of 2020. So the Equitus class ship is 3 years old at this point. 2020, 2021, 2022. Yeah, 3 years old almost. Or gone 3 years. 3 years and a couple of months. But yeah, the Equitus is the oldest ship in this lineup by far. Mainly because I keep coming back to this design and revising it and revising it and revising it and compacting it and trying to get more and more stuff built into it. And as things come along and more stuff gets added to the game, I just keep improving this particular design because it is the one design that I want to get right. So it has everything from extendable docking connectors, all the hydrogen supplies, backup engines, reactors. It has a pair of jump drives, although in this design they're actually called light skip drives, if I recall correctly. Yeah, light skip drives. My own little coined term for jump drives. So yeah, that's the thing. So yeah, as this design is constantly updated, I have added more and more things to it. This is the original sort of wide bridge design for my ships as well. And then you have the various other ones that have come along since with the sort of more squash designs, the longer and thinner designs, the dual bridge designs as well. All of these designs are sort of this bridge design here is the predecessor to all of them. And of course, then we have the what was it called? Oh yes, we have the Gentleman's Folly, which I don't know if that'll even load in this world. I think it has too many mods. Yeah, it has too many mods. But we have the Reclamation Ship Maynard. Yes. So this is one that I think is kind of part of the Ghost Industries fleet, but it's not there yet. It's definitely a lot bigger and more ostentatious than basically everything that is in the fleet at the moment. Like, if I compare this to every other ship, it is a lot bigger. It's even bigger than the Equitus, by quite a distance. And this is a ship that I'm not happy with, and I've never really been happy with it, to be honest. The rear section, I was trying for something different, and I went, no, I don't like it. The leaf style pattern that I was going with for this one didn't really pan out. But the thing that I do like about it is this behemoth forward section. That originally I had planned to mount a railgun in that hole at the bottom, because I thought that would look cool. And I never got around to it. But, you know, things happen. And one of the interesting things about this one, which I do want to carry over into a different design, is these little sort of antenna-style protrusions at the back of the bridge, which I quite like. I might keep on something else. But yeah, no. These 6, 7... 7? 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. These 7 ships are the current Ghost Industries fleet. Obviously not complete. None of them are... Well, no. The Scorpius is complete. That's why it's on the workshop. If it's on the workshop, it's technically complete. Why are you trying to connect to... Line, why are you trying to connect to this world? There's no point. I'm gonna be jumping out of here in a moment. But yeah, these 7 ships are the Ghost Industries fleet. And then you've got sort of the Ghost Industries mascot. I'm keeping an eye on the time, don't worry. Yeah, this is the Ghost Industries sort of mascot ship, which is the Gavarone racing ship, which is absolutely gorgeous in my personal opinion. I do love this ship. This ship is very nice. Probably one of my favorites. It's very sleek, very very neat. But yeah. So this is the entirety of the fleet. We'll jump into the Escape from Thanatos world in a minute. And then there's this. This I don't know what I want to do with. Originally I designed it to go in the center of a ship. And let me just stick a battery on this, and you guys can see what this actually does. So it's basically a giant gyroscope. but I never really figured out what I wanted to do with it. So it just kind of sat in it was originally part of a ship, but I never liked the design of the ship that I was going for, so I kept changing things, and all I was left with was a giant gyroscope to do nothing with. So yeah, that's a thing. But yeah, I think that about covers everything that I wanted to show off today. Yeah, let's drop out of this world, and let's get into something a little bit more modded. Oh, hey Scott. Oh, ow. Tea check. Yes, tea. Well, in this weather, probably not such a good idea. But oh well. Who am I to argue with my nature? What? That one. But yeah, if you guys want to take a look at some of those ships, they are up on the workshop. Some of them are more interesting than others. Yeah, all of these are the old ones. Oh, and yeah, obviously there's a couple of other ones that aren't actually ships. And some of the more retro things that I've designed, like this one, which is an airplane. But it's kind of retro. It's a bit of a retro biplane style vehicle, but actually kind of neat because it has a hybrid prop jet thing going on. It's kind of neat. But yeah, there's a lot of things on the workshop that I've thrown up there that are relatively interesting. But I'm slowly bringing up the catalog of ships to include the ones that I actually have spent a lot of time on. But yeah, some of these are pretty nice, and others are meh. I think I need to delete a few off the workshop, to be honest. Like the red ant. The red ant needs to go. It's awful. It was my first attempt at throwing something up on the workshop, and I don't know. It's so old. Yeah. Meh. Whatever. Okay. Why is my altitude oscillating? I don't know. Oh, that'll probably be the rising or lowering of the tides. Because I think altitude is calculated... Yeah, because if I do depth is calculated by the height from the surface of the planet to the top of the water. I think altitude is calculated from where you are to the surface of the water. So I think it goes up and down because of that. Yeah. Yeah, it is. So that's why that's oscillating. Oh boy. Oh, you finished the pan lid box? Nice! Congratulations, Lydia. Gay boxes for the win. For those who are unaware, Lydia has been painting boxes. Some very neat and rainbowy colors, which are neat. Sorry. I was taking a quick look at update from Pale Spire about the symbiote system, which is kind of neat. Any mod pack tinkering? I haven't done any. However, I am actually, before we actually do any of this, I see a massive plume of smoke. Before we actually go into any of this, I'm going to check, make sure that the speed mod is gone, because I thought I'd removed it the other week. Yeah, I removed it. It's not in the pack anymore, but it's still doing its thing, so I guess I'll leave that to figure itself out. You know, everything else should be fine. A little confused by the speed mod, but whatever. Okay, we'll load in then. Load in properly this time. And, I'm actually going to take a quick bio break, and I'm going to make myself another cup of tea, because I've almost run out. Alright. I'm back. And the smoke? Well, the smoke is probably a tank that's been not ground down all the way, because for some reason they smoke, even when they haven't been, when they haven't actually been damaged and they've just been ground down. Very strange. Anyway. Let me think. What needs must at the moment? It's a very good question. I think I need to go take a look over here at our current setup. Which, yeah, is, as I suspected. Oh, that's fine. It just tells me more of what I need to know about this planet's system of, well, hides. Oh, that will be as high as I need to go. Go. Oh, dearie me. Music always overpowers game sound, to be quite honest. I'll probably turn that up a bit, to be honest. All sound and then sneeze. Yeah, just wasn't talking. But yeah, the music usually is quite a bit louder than the in-game sound. I try to keep it that way generally. I guess maybe that's not a good thing, but I don't know. Depends. These pieces. I want this section to be thinner on the side. I think I'll do the same on the other side as well. But I'm gonna need to dump some steel plates. What's important is that I can hear you over the music fine with Twitch headset and PC volume set at 50%. I mean, in fairness, that's pretty good, Pyro, to be honest. I usually set my my general volume to 38%. And if I can hear your stream and audio and everything at 38%, then I'm fine with it. If I have to turn my audio up to hear your stream, then there might be a problem. But that's mainly because I don't like really loud audio. So. I usually listen to streams at 30% and speaker volume at 20%. Yeah, sounds about right. I usually do 38% on pretty much everything, unless it's a day where I am trying to drown out everything, in which case I will put my headphones to 100% and not listen to anyone. But those days are few and far between. So, you know. Player connected. Flying. Have my headset on, only listening through one ear, and just check that apparently I have Twitch about 30%. Yeah, that's fair. Sounds about right, to be honest. Like I will usually I won't usually change the I won't usually change the level of my personal audio, but if I have to change it for stream, I will, because that's important. Oh, goodness. Apologies, everybody. Loud sneezing. Yeah, that makes sense, Pyro. That makes sense. With me, it used to be a case that I needed to have one ear open. Because I used to live in a relatively rowdy apartment. But nowadays I'm actually happy to keep both ears tucked behind my headphones when I'm streaming, because if my partner needs me, he literally just walks into my room, and I have a direct eye line to the door. So if he needs me, he can just hop in. There are occasions of, like, what's the word? Essentially, Zeri calling me, but usually I have my door open for that period of time. Like, when I stream, I keep the door to my office closed. But if Zeri requires my attention, I usually have my door open during those periods of time, so I can usually hear through my headphones. Because I don't have anything fancy like noise-cancelling headphones. I've just got a bare-bones Bluetooth headset. So yeah. Okay, how does this feel? This feels fine. I think this is as high as the book will go. It's a little higher than I'd like, but I think this is about right. Hoping the tide will go down now. Let's see.
Heyo.
Heyo, Line.
How are you this evening?
I am sneezy.
Sneezy.
Hay fever.
Ah.
Yeah. But no, other than that, I'm good. Just trying to figure out the design for the harbor section of the base.
Let me see. If I want to finish off this hangar, I'm going to start auto-crafting metal grids. Well, that shouldn't be too hard. My mission tonight is that within 3 hours, I will have the main hangar done.
Ooh, congratulations.
Don't congratulate me yet, that's a tall order. That is a lot to do.
Energy low.
I mean, fair enough, but like, it's a lot of work. So, fingers crossed. And hey, you've had a proper test of the shields and stuff now, so that's good.
Yeah, and maybe for the next one, I might even have ammunition. We can all dream.
Well, yes. That's fair. What did you think of my mad fry hangar design?
I think it looks more like where you send enemy ships during a race when you want to get a lead.
What?
It looked like it looked like a deliberately created structure to murder other racers. Like Dick Dastardly would set up something like that.
In fairness, I have raced the Gavarone through that structure once or twice, just as a fun thing to do while I was working. I may or may not have hit the side multiple times. So, yeah, I can see it.
Lying Station have ammo? Inconceivable. Lying Station auto-crafting ammo. Lying Station not run out of ammo unless Lying Station out of actual supplies of any kind.
Inconceivable! Oh, I love that film.
Andre the Giants. Rest in peace.
Indeed.
Let's see. Metal grids, because all of the panels in these hangar sections is made of heavy armor. Here.
Hey, Farrell. Inconceivable is the tidal flow on this planet. I can't believe it's still rising. I think this is about as high as it's getting. But I don't know, I'm still worried, to be honest.
I remembered this time around to actually take a blueprint of the station at the start. Because I've been keeping
I
in
found a color mod for space engineers.
a color mod for space engineers.
A mod that allows you to save a color set.
Oh, so you can actually save like an entire color palette.
Yes.
Ooh.
And it's usable as a plugin.
Ooh, that is nice.
Would you like it, Flying?
Not at this precise moment, but that might be something I'll look into later.
Fair enough. But yeah, I've just been tinkering with a few new plugins, and I found one that just said color set saver, and I was just like, that'll save a lot of time. Yeah, I'll take it.
Oops, something is streaming. Besides me. How heavy, like, how much space do metal grids take up, out of curiosity?
Metal grids? I think they're pretty hefty.
Yeah. Worst that can happen is that they just do the same thing that the large steel tubes did to me.
What was that?
Accidentally not stop crafting.
That is, yeah, that's definitely one possibility.
So I've now got a assembler on one side of the base that is pretty much exclusively just for getting rid of excess large steel tubes.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Unfortunate. That is main storage for metal grids. So it is at the assembly bot. I realized I could probably save myself, like, 5 different conveyor sorters over here by just having it only allow non-components through it, but it's compact, it's fine. I have to shove this out an extra block in order to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Watching you both and I hear the audio from Lucian's side before I see my lips move. Huh. You can turn one of us off. I suggest Lucian.
Wow. Rude.
Energy critical.
Very rude. How dare you?
Look, we
lie.
have an established dynamic, and you know it.
We do. We have an established dynamic of snarking at each other at every chance we get.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I mean, in fairness, all that tells me is that my stream is running a lot faster.
Not really. I haven't dropped any frames tonight. That's nice.
That's good.
I've been dropping frames quite a bit recently, and I don't know why, because literally nothing has changed.
Didn't your internet provider send you something?
They did send me an email saying that they were doing something.
Yeah.
But they didn't really send me anything to say anything after that, so who knows what they did, really.
Ah, who knows? Trying to think about how I want to design this next part of the base. And my brain is going, you know what would be cool? If this section of the ramp had a stairway on it. But I can't do that because the stairs that are the size of the thing are the ones that don't have connections properly. Ugh. God.
I feel like the next thing I add to this thing is going to be displays, because I need displays and metal grids in order to make the thing that will make me metal grids.
Fun times.
But the nice thing about this autocrafter is I then never have to worry about these things ever again.
That's
Unless
fair.
I need a huge amount of them anyways.
That is fair. Okay, give me construction.
Oh. Down to under 100 reactor components, that's good to see. Means the second reactor will be nearly done.
Carol, I get the feeling we're gonna need to push this up by a block. Again. That's annoying.
Let's see, metal grids are cobalt and iron, I think.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Iron, nickel, and cobalt. Apparently. Still don't know what Keck is, only that it appears in this list.
I have no idea.
Not a
I'm
clue.
guessing it's some random thing that a modder added as a test and that hasn't been removed.
Possibly. And cobalt. Here we go. Okay, list. And be just making assemblers for me.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna have to raise this up by another block. God damn it. Very well.
Okay, is the upper end working fine? And the lower end. Okay. Metal grid's now crafting.
Good for you.
Alright. So now, let's see, is that the... Oh, yep, reactor 2 is on. Hooray. So what is our power situation? Still plenty of uranium to process, but we've only got the one reactor. We've only got the one refinery to do it. It is up to a week, depending on who's active at a given moment. Hooray!
That's pretty good, to be honest.
Particularly since I have no sunlight right now at all. It's practically pitch black up here.
Yeah, oh, I'd say that's pretty good.
Let's see, 166 metal grids, volume 2,000 liters. 2,500 liters. So, yeah, we'll take a fair few in there. Alright, now I need to add the complete blueprint of the hangar. Looks to be correct. I don't think that's off anywhere. feel like I need to add some amount of lights that's inside the hangar just so I can see anything at the moment.
Hmm.
It is very dark. Except for the one beam of sunlight that appears to come from absolutely nowhere, because it affects nothing.
I mean, you're in space. Space is dark.
The absence of matter does not mean that something is dark, though.
I mean, the sun is technically a form of matter.
Under most circumstances, everything in the universe is exposed to some amount of light.
Yes.
In fact, it is quite difficult to find a place where it isn't.
Yeah. But in fairness, light has to be produced from matter. Like, light isn't a thing that just exists. It has to be created.
But you also need matter in the way to catch the light, or else it just comes off as black.
Also true.
Which is my point.
Hmm. So there must be matter in the way. Because I'm relatively sure the sun is currently on the other side of the planet from you.
It absolutely is, despite the fact that it's clearly lighting up my solar panels perfectly.
Well, I wouldn't question it. It's just cresting. So, yeah. Actually, according to my screen, it's not. According to my screen, your solar panels aren't working.
Yeah, they aren't. But they're covered in
Wait,
light
no.
right now.
Your solar panels aren't working, but your oxygen collectors are.
Yeah.
What's up
Space
with
engineers,
that?
what? Space engineers.
Oh, God. Welcome to Space Engineers, everybody. It
Yep.
only works, like, 30% of the time, properly.
If that.
If that.
Oh. Dangerous Incon encounter, 8 kilometers away. You just have to stay that far. And I will not bother you. Although there's also a muskrat shuttle nearby.
Damn.
Promise you guys, I'm a much bigger threat now. I have actual guns now,
Amazing.
and they won't stop shooting.
Okay, I think this is as high as we actually need to go for the... Yeah, this should be fine. I don't think we need to go any higher than this. Which... feels really high already, but alright.
Yeah, you'll be fine. No place in space without light, then you realize black holes. Black holes aren't a place without light. The only reason we can see them is because of light.
Like,
Common
this
misconception.
planet has a 50-meter tide differential.
Oh Jesus, that is a lot.
Yeah.
Nearly gotten to the point where I can add another industrial cargo container to this. I have just noticed that my hydrogen is a bit low, but I mean, yeah, I'll be fine. Holy. I distracted the gravity well, it's not showing the actual black hole itself, though. No, black holes actually, like, emit a small amount of radiation. say nothing of the sheer amount of mass that's just like crunched together and boiling at a certain degree. Okay, and some batteries. This is probably the part where I should start to use the cobalt, because batteries are heavy.
Mm-hmm.
And power cells. Power cells and a teensy bit of steel. Okay, now power cells. So that is 5 plus 80 times 3, 80, 160, 240, 295 power cells. Let's wrap the cobalt. The welding cobalt, to be exact. The radiation produced from a black hole is not on the visible light spectrum. It is, actually. It's also the reason that a black hole will inevitably die.
Wait, what?
Before we nothing can escape a black hole. Everyone knows this. Which means no matter should be able to be lost from them. Ergo, they're pretty much eternal. It was discovered that they actually emit a tiny bit of radiation called Hawking radiation. And that that adds up over an extremely long span of time to being effectively the end death of a black hole. Much like how a star eventually collapses.
That is interesting.
So black holes, the end of more or less everything, themselves have an end.
I mean, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah,
Like, if they're constantly consuming, eventually there will be nothing else to consume.
Yes, but also they actually like they do eventually evaporate, which is an entertaining statement about a black hole.
An evaporating black hole.
Yeah.
Interesting. That works.
Power cell skip.
I wish I didn't have to do this, but I will take what I can get.
I didn't know they died. Magic number is 295. I don't think that the cobalt has the capacity for it, though. Oh, it's got a fair bit. I don't think there's much point in me making an auto-crafter for power cells, as convenient as that would be.
Well, you never know.
Note, item is too large for small conveyors. Not a problem. The cobalt was designed with that problem in mind. Okay, bursting over 200s. Why is there ice in my industrial assembly?
Who knows?
Well, me, that's for sure. Okay, come back to burst.
There we go. That's not too bad. Do the same thing on the other side. This is gonna annoy me, but it's not like I can do anything else.
Oh.
I'm having to use the neon tubes to act as supports for the stairs.
Right.
Because I can't put the stairs in the place I
Yeah,
want to
they
put
don't
them.
connect directly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So.
I've done that. Personally, I like using it. So.
I mean, I don't mind using
I wish I could find more occasions where it was aesthetically justifiable to have them.
I mean, the thing is, I don't mind using them. What I mind is the fact that there's not really a half neon tube piece. So I've had to use a neon tube corner, and it slightly sticks out, which annoys me. But there's nothing I can do about it. So.
Oh well. Go. That's the batteries on this section done. So add a large cargo container to serve as the input for the refineries. Or at least that's the intention. And then once the refineries are running, then I should be able to just build like no tomorrow, which...
Woo.
Do need to remember that I'm still not refueling my hydrogen at the moment. Gotta stay near the kobold. A little bit of sunlight wouldn't go amiss as well. I'm sort of glad I've got all of these sorters here, so I can actually like have a decent knowledge of where the hell I am.
Yeah, that's a little annoying, but oh well.
Still complaining about the
Yes. There's nothing I can do about it, so I... Ugh. Okay.
Yep. Okay. There we go. Container complete. So how do I want to approach doing these refineries? That's the next question.
Put them on a 25-degree angle.
No.
No?
No. Because we know exactly what'll happen, is they'll be the first thing sheared off once the shield goes down.
Probably true. Gilrog! Thank you for the follow, my friend, and welcome to the stream.
Does it add water or also... does it only add water or also creatures? Technically, it adds fish.
Technically, it adds fish and seagulls. But it depends on what you define as creatures. If you mean interactable creatures, no. But it does add, like, little fish, like, 2D fish sprites, essentially, that swim around. Hey, Tassara. Welcome. Yeah, it adds little fish that are kinda 2D, 3D-ish. It adds seagulls and stuff. It adds, like, ambience. But, no. When it comes to aggressive creatures, it does not add any aggressive creatures. There may be a mod out there that adds, like, sharks and stuff that spawn on water planets, but, no interactable creatures. Yeah. It adds... Like, there's plenty of mods that add, like, NPCs and stuff that sail the oceans. We don't have any on at the moment, but, yeah. Right. I require...
What do you require?
I require steel plate.
Yep, we can hear the dulcet tones of the seagulls.
Yes, well, those ones are actually in real life, but...
Since I'm not good at making things fly, maybe I'll be good at making them drown. Sounds like my own swimming class lessons.
I will say the water mod takes a little bit to get used to. It's definitely good for fuel.
Yeah, because you can just stick a collector inside the water and you've got infinite ice.
Yeah, basically. I will say that getting a ship to float is... It can be kind of difficult. Like, I have a ship here that technically can float. Because this inner area is fully oxygenated and pressurized, so it can float. And that is how ships work. They work off of pressurization. So the more pressurized areas you have in a ship, the more likely it is to float properly. But obviously weight is taken into account with all of that. So it does take a little bit to get used to. I will say that much. But after a little while, after a little bit of experimentation, you should get the hang of it. Well, I'm not building it underwater, Kilrog. Currently, it is landing gear locked underwater. But the
yes, technically the water came to you.
Yeah, the water came to me. The interesting thing about this particular planet, Typhon on the workshop and Typhon in my head, is it has a tide differential of 50 meters. So this is where the water is when it's at its lowest, and that is where the water gets to at its highest. So low tide and high tide on this planet are insane. Most planets are nowhere near this bad. But on this particular planet, unexpected. I will say that much. Unexpected tidal systems. Yeah. Fun times. No, I don't have to wait for low tide to get the ship back up. The main thing I have to wait for at the moment, or the main thing I have to do, the ship is essentially full at the moment. Which I didn't really take into calculation when building this vessel. So basically, as long as it's full, it's... all of these cargo containers are weighing down the front. So it kind of does a flip. It doesn't really work properly. So it means that I have to do some adjustments before it's technically seaworthy. Yeah.
And I'm in space.
And you're in space, yes.
Yes, I am in space
lying-
playing Space Engineers.
Flying is up in space above the planet that we're on. That being the planet over there.
You know, I have been wondering what that was in my rearview mirror.
But yeah, this is Lying's little space station up in actual
You
space.
say little.
Okay,
This is a
in
bit
comparison to the
beyond
space
little.
stations I build.
You build everything at ridiculous scales, though. But
No,
not the
I
least
build
bit,
things
like,
at reasonably large scales.
reasonably large.
Yes,
Most of the fleet you were showing off earlier wouldn't fit inside this hangar.
this is true. We're on a
Hardly economic, is it?
we're on a private server, Kilrog. A little personal server that me, Lying, and Farrell play on.
Otherwise known as you're hosting it on your machine.
Otherwise known as I'm hosting it on my machine. Yes. 8,000 blocks.
I mean,
Hold on,
that's...
Kilrog. Let me take a look at the largest ship I have and see how many blocks it's.
Oh no, here we go.
Yeah, the largest ship I have has 71,000 blocks.
Yeah, that's what
Um,
I mean when I say Lucian has ridiculously scaled ships.
It's not that ridiculous.
Lucian, that is almost 10 times the figure that was just cited.
Yes, I agree, but it's not that ridiculous. I've seen some ridiculous shit on the workshop. But in fairness, Kilrog, I wish you luck. Space Engineers is a very enjoyable game, which a lot of people complain about, despite it being very enjoyable. Yeah, I wish you luck if you started playing recently. In fairness, I have... Oh god, how many hours do I have in this game now?
I remember.
I'm up to
let me have a quick look at
the
mine.
2,100 hour mark. So
See, I'm at
yeah,
770-ish.
yeah.
we
So decent amount of playtime for both of us. So if you enjoy the game, Kilrog, you'll probably rack up that amount of hours as well.
Very
I'll say
quickly,
that.
no less.
Hmm?
Very quickly, no less. You'll hop on and think, I'll just get that one refinery up and running, and then suddenly it's the next day.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Okay, let's see.
I am personally attempting to get as much of this hangar built today, because I need to be off actually on time for once.
Oh, that makes a change.
Yeah, it's been known to happen. As I have a heavily anxiety-inducing thing happen tomorrow.
Oh dear.
It is happening in the relatively early afternoon for me, so can't be up too late. $2,102 hours apparently, according to Steam.
Oh, my apologies. My apologies. I missed the... Wait, actually, no. Hold on.
Missing a
I
decimal
have
point somewhere.
2,101.1 hours on mine, but that's because I'm still playing in the current session. So it hasn't updated for me.
I really need to put a camera on the back of this thing so I can see easier when I'm docking it. It's maybe the one problem I've encountered. Oh, hello, Orc Death Ship. How you doing?
Oh, lovely.
3.6566. Okay, yeah, that's going away. The orc has recognized the superiority of my station.
Sure.
And has therefore decided heck no.
Let's see. I want corrugated armor. In red, maybe? Yeah.
Slowly but surely getting through all of these excess large steel tubes.
Yellow.
I will actually even venture to attach a speed module to this recycler just so I can get it going a bit faster.
I don't know. Red or yellow, chap? What do we think?
Yellow. Oh, so
Yellow.
I love that the two options that you have available for what colors to paint this thing are in fact the colors of a hot dog condiment.
Look. Technically speaking, it's red or gold. But, you know, it's deep red or sort of an antique gold color. I think I'll go red, to be honest. I like the red. Nice.
There we go. Some speed. And this kobold is no longer stuffed full of large steel tubes.
Congratulations.
Yay.
Energy low.
What's the design on my shirt? Oh, this. It's one of my various Pride tank tops. So this particular one is the Dungeons and Dragons Ampersand, with the colors of the Pan Pride flag.
Oh, is that the D&D Beyond one?
I don't know off the top of my head.
It probably is. I think that's the one that they have in the D&D Beyond store.
I've had it for a while, so I don't remember really.
Or it might have been a Critical Role thing that they did. I don't remember, to be honest.
Yeah, but it's suffice to say it's not an original concept.
Evening, Jack Hammerslam. Welcome, welcome. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to get those drills out soon enough.
Oh, running out of materials?
Oh
Running
no,
out of materials?
not running out of materials, not by a long shot. Mainly just I need to start digging out the interior of the harbor section. And I need to redo this side as well.
Fuel critical.
Looks great. Yeah, good to know. That might be. The kobold right now might be carrying the last of the excess large steel tubes.
Oh, fair enough.
It's still like a large cargo and two mediums. Well, and a bit on a fourth, but that's good. It's nice to know my error can be remedied. Much like a lunar or a Mars probe? I can't remember. Accidentally smashing into the surface because it forgot that metric versus imperial was a thing. This is much easier to resolve.
Interesting. I'm not sure I've heard of that before, but interesting.
Yeah, that was a thing that happened at one point.
I believe Farrell is joining us later on, Jack Hammerslam. I believe he is. I have not been informed otherwise, and Farrell usually informs me a good few hours before the stream if he's not able to attend, so.
God, the stark difference between being on the dark side of the station and the light side. It's like some kind of it's like some kind of allegory for good versus evil. Or at least as far as the Catholic Church would say it.
I mean, I don't think the Catholic Church has much of a say in space. Gotta be honest.
Depends.
You can't tell me that the Catholic Church has a space station or something.
No.
No. Okay.
But they do have treatises on if and how to proselytize to aliens. I'm not joking.
Wait. You're telling me that the Catholic Church has contingency plans for converting aliens?
Yep. The Catholic Church has contingency plans for converting dog-headed humanoids that live in Europe. Because that was a thing that they thought existed for a good long while, and they wanted to know what to do if one of their pilgrims encountered them.
Right. Sure. Okay.
Lizard men too, probably. Like all those weird creatures that you see in middle-aged grimoires, they have plans for all of them.
That's a lot. Okay, sure.
I mean, Catholicism is a really big and really old religion. That's not really that surprising.
I mean, I suppose not. It's still weird, but I guess.
What's the steel? Okay. 1875. Okay, that's back up to stock. Well, the strangest and most interesting thing I learned today would be that black holes die. Well. Welcome to a lying stream. I have approximate knowledge of many things. Oh, joy.
Yeah.
There's an Incon triad headed for me.
Oh, lovely.
Oh,
Aquila
Strike Corvette. They've stolen your ship.
No, my Aquila is a cargo transport.
Well, and I would maybe prefer that, but we'll see. Yeah, I was one of those autistic kids who really loved history and whatnot. So I know a bunch of really weird stuff about the Middle Ages. I also know a fair. I had one of those periods in my teenage years where I was really fascinated by military history and engineering and such, because it's my biggest. The thing that always gets my gears going is problem solving. So. Military strategy is applied problem solving, engineering is applied problem solving, it's all exactly my jam. And then I realized that if you are a white dude on the internet and you say that you have a fond appreciation for 20th century military,
yeah,
there's a very specific military people that people think of.
Yes. It's, unfortunate.
Yeah.
Shall we say?
Yeah. It's like when you say you have an appreciation for the classics, and what you mean is, you've actually looked into Greco-Roman history, and you also appreciate them for other things from that period. What everyone else hears is white supremacist.
Well, I mean, when people say I have an appreciation for the classics, my first thought is, oh, you like Mozart then? Or Beethoven.
No, or Nirvana.
Well, I guess you could call that classic in a sense. Not quite sure about that one, but sure.
Oh yes, the winter anime season ended this past week as well.
Oh.
Yeah, so I mean, that meant I got to watch like half of my watch list just end. I will say, if you can get past the title, Yuri is My Job is a really good show.
I have heard that actually.
It's so good.
Like, anime isn't usually my kind of thing, but I usually make exceptions for the ones that my friends tell me are pretty decent. Like, Yuri on Ice. I watched that and yeah, that was enjoyed. So, you know. Very gay.
Oh yeah, so gay.
But yeah.
Yeah, I watched the end of that. I really hope it gets a second season because I want to see how the plot goes. I also watched the end of Undead Murder Farce. Or rather, I watched the end of Dead Mount Death Play.
That...
You can see why I got those titles mixed up.
Yeah,
Dead Mount Death Play kind of ended on a bit of a lull, but that's because it isn't. There's so much story before you actually like know all of the characters involved in the whole plot. So the first season wasn't reasonably able to contain it all. So I'm fairly confident that that's at least pushing for a second season. And now I'm getting to watch the two new series, starting with Undead Murder Farce, which I can best describe as Gothic meets Samurai Champloo.
that sounds confusing.
Yeah, Samurai Champloo, for anyone who's not familiar with it, was effectively feudal Japan meets modern hip-hop culture. So it had that nice kind of mesh of things. Hello, Farrell.
Hey, Farrell.
Hello.
Somehow, my brain is telling me that those two things don't really mix. I've got to be honest.
You would think that they wouldn't, and yet Samurai Champloo is a beloved series. It is really good.
Alright.
I mean,
But it has like this thing of here's the three main characters. They're like joined together by this main objective, but they're very different people. One of them is like a traditionalist, another one's more modern and like sardonic, that kind of thing. And then Gothic was here is weirdos in a weird kind of fluctuation period of time, like solving mysteries, which is the main crux of what that series is about. So mesh those two together and you roughly get Undead Murder Farce. And I've seen the first episode, it's the only one that's out, and it is very good. The cinematography is great, the writing is grand, the voice actors are really good.
Interesting.
But it remains to be seen if that will stick around. The other show I started watching is Reborn as a Vending Machine, I Now Wander the Dungeon.
it's okay.
It is exactly as ridiculous as the concept makes it sound. It sounds like a parody of like these modern like reincarnation isekai stories. But it's actually surprisingly good. Like
Fair enough.
like it's established that as a vending machine he doesn't need electricity. He's just sort of like powered by magic essentially, but he has like an internal currency of points that he can use to like unlock different abilities, change what he has on sale, and he ticks down a point like every hour to stay alive. So he has to make sales to convert the money into points to stay alive. This show gave a
Okay.
vending machine survival mechanics. It's amazing.
That sounds weird. I will say that much. But okay. I mean, well, not so much a show that I watched recently, but a film that I watched recently was Nimona.
Oh, I've heard good things about Nimona.
I will not spoil it in that case, since you have not watched it. But
Oh,
it is very good, actually.
I already know the majority of the story, but I don't have Netflix, so I don't really have the capacity to watch it much.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah, you definitely need Netflix to watch shows.
Yes. I mean, especially if you want to support the people that created it and went through a whole ton to do so.
Yeah, I mean, in that region, well, in that region, not so much when it comes to stuff these days, like, unless it's extreme binge watching, and even then, it's not great support because the companies have a tendency to pocket a lot of. Anyway,
Yes.
yeah, no, Nimona is actually really enjoyable. There were a
I've
few
heard it's
plot
really
points.
gay too.
Oh yes, no, it is. It is. Like, I didn't expect it to be as gay as it was, but I was pleasantly surprised to find out that it was very gay. To the point where the main character, or one of the main characters, is gay. And I was like, none of this was in the trailers. I am quite happy about this. So, yeah. No, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. I thoroughly enjoyed Nimona. There was a lot of interesting bits and pieces. Okay, thank you, captions, for pronouncing Nimona as pneumonia. But yeah, the closed captions are not great when it comes to names.
Is the stream freezing or stirring for anyone else? Audio seems fine. It's not just you, Madeline. It is something that my internet provider has done that is causing a lot of dropped frames lately. I don't have a solid explanation for it, I'm afraid.
Lucian,
Yes.
let me just point out something here.
What?
You have completely hindered access to the survival kit over here.
Oh, so I have. My apologies. I didn't realize I'd done that.
I'm like, wait a minute, I'm a little down on health. I'll just quickly heal up. Oh, wait a minute.
There is no health. There is no health at all.
There is only Zool.
That
give me-
exact sentence was in my head.
Let me just empty it out
How
real
dare
quick
you.
here.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about where we can. We can put it on the
Well,
other
you
side
should-
of the.
You just need to flip it around, basically, for now.
Well, yes,
until
but
we
then
figure
you'll
out
just
somewhere else.
drop every time you spawn in. If we stick it next to the cargo container, you can actually stand, and it won't get in the way of any building in the future, as well. So.
Alright.
Yeah, my current two freshly airing series that I would recommend. Undead Murder Farce and Reborn as a Vending Machine. Strange times we live in, apparently.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I have started work on the upper shed, I guess you could say, of the harbor.
Yep.
That's getting there.
At least now we see the tide is starting to go out, so... Wow, that's, that is quite a lot of tidal variance there.
Yes,
Yep,
it's 50
that's been
meters
the
of tidal
buzzword
variance.
this entire time.
50 meters of tidal variance. It's insane. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, more tide than a laundromat.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah,
Alright, so-
I've started adjusting the sides to fit more with the design idea that I have. Kind of annoyed about the lack of a mid-end neon tube, but oh well. There's not much I can do about that.
Worst things in the world.
All right, so where do we want to drill into the mountainside here then? So I figure I can start on some of the close-up, side works where the big drill won't be able to get.
Well, basically, it's the side of the wall is going to be these flat portions here. So everything between the red panels, basically.
And from the crossbar up here down, how far?
From the cross... Well, I mean...
That's...
realistically, from the crossbar down, it would be as far as this lower bar here.
Alright, all the way to the low watermark. Got it.
But I was going to use the large drill to do that. But...
Yeah, it's just easier for me to get into tight spaces like the corners that the large drill can't do.
I
can kind of pre-drill those.
Yeah, I am going to take apart this crossbar so that we can get in the middle, really. Because this... Eventually we'll have, like, a walkway that can go across the middle. But for now... yeah.
Energy low.
Oh, right, I need to rebuild that chair.
It's an odd turn of phrase, isn't it?
Hmm?
How frequently does one refer to rebuilding a chair?
Fair, yeah, not often, I would imagine.
Not often, I'd hope, really. Okay. I am an hour into stream, and I have managed to make the majority of the superstructure for this next segment. That's good.
Congratulations. How many segments are you aiming for today?
I'm aiming to finish all 4, which is to say the 2 missing ones.
Hmm.
And then it'll just be like armor plating and other stuff.
Fair enough.
But it seems either I'm out of iron or I need to transfer the iron from recycling the large steel tubes. Probably the latter.
Hmm.
Managed to free up about 11,000 iron so far that way.
Don't drill too far in, Farrell.
Mm-hmm.
I think we need to... Yeah, we need to get, like, a nice sheer cliff face going before we drill too far in. Just so that we have a nice idea of where the edge of what we're aiming at is.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, that should be the last of the errant large steel tubes. Hooray!
Congratulations.
Like, that means I spent like 12,000 iron ingots just on large steel tubes.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, there's that calamity averted. Yeah, looks like a boss's hat type away. Great. The ammunition's a bit messier, but that's just because I don't want to be pulling it out of anywhere. I want it to be available wherever it needs to be. And now there is at least one speed module that I can reassign elsewhere. Hello, Amazonian, how are you? Okay, you're going away very slowly. Oi. 2 point. That I think the like the apoapsis there was like 2.94 kilometers. Oh, that's like 900 meters or so before my gun starts to target them.
Ooh.
Yeah, that would have been unpleasant.
This feel maybe two more. Two blocks higher. 7, 5.
Deposited a bunch of junk into an industrial cargo container, and they're gone before I can even open the inventory, so that's definitely working as intended. All happily sorted.
I don't think cargo can be happy.
Well, I can be.
Well, fair enough.
At least I hope I can be.
I mean, one would imagine you have the ability to feel happiness, like.
One would hope. Okay, what is my refinery up to at this stage? My singular refinery is still currently trying to craft through a bunch of silver ore. So how... How do I want to make this look? This whole thing is meant to have an industrial aesthetic. So I could organize refineries efficiently or with sprawl.
Well, you seem to favor efficiency, so
Usually, yes. If I was going for efficiency, though, I would not be building this station.
well.
The station would be so much smaller and probably a lot more like a cube. Well, I want to make a start, I guess, on some small shield generators. Just in case the Amazonian turns around. Oh, look at that, they take large steel tubes.
Well, I'm sure you have a veritable bounty of those.
Pretty much.
No energy.
I like that, I tried to get, like, a sense of scale of how big the ship you two are working on was, relative to this hangar. And the phrasing that I used when I realized there was no way in hell it was going to fit properly, was that it's an outdoor ship.
Yeah, it is a bit. It's a bit of an outdoors ship, yeah.
Yeah, that thing does not sleep in the house. Otherwise, this station can take a lot, but not that.
That one is right out of the things you can say about your station, but not your significant other in mixed company. Alright, that seems like a good enough starter hole.
Uh-huh. What do you think about this archway, Farrell?
Ambitious.
Ambitious?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm thinking that that'll be the top of the harbor area. So, see how that fares.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. I might know why I'm dropping frames so much currently.
Oh,
Well, my bitrate is set to 7,500 kbps.
right.
What I'm getting is less than 4.
Ooh,
Hmm.
yeah, that would drop a few frames. I think I have my bitrate set to a limit of 6,000. I don't quite remember. Farrell, the miner is drifting.
Yeah, it's the winds. I can't.
Oh, it's the winds, yeah.
The connector that I would dock to doesn't have room around it anymore, so...
No, I think it does. If you dock to it backwards, it will.
No, I've got way too much sticking out in the sides and the back.
Well, with a healthy diet, we can fix that.
No. Like backwards towards me. Yeah, that way it should be fine. Connect.
Yeah, but I can't because of the wind conditions.
Oh.
I'm pulling hard left and I'm barely moving at times.
Ooh. Yeah, I can see how that could be a problem.
I do. Holy crap, yeah, it's a wind of 21 right now.
Oof.
17 for me. The closer you get to the side of the mountain, the less the wind is, but...
Yeah.
It still seems like a lot.
Yeah, the closer I get to the mountain, the worse it's getting. It's 23 down here.
Oh. I think the closer you get to the surface of the water is... when it gets bad.
Yeah, now it's shifting direction on me again. Yep. Might be able to swing it in now.
Yeah, stream, chat, that means, my dropped frames is not for anything that I can resolve. It's definitely my ISP being dicks. Unfortunate. Well,
Yeah, I can't get any... Whoa! Close
Almost
to
there.
that.
A little bit further down. There you go. Yep, lock it. There we go. Oh, well. Never mind.
I can't lock it quick enough.
No, you locked it, but I think you accidentally double tapped it.
oh
So
yeah,
don't lock
that
again.
happens a lot.
Go.
Down a bit.
If I...
A bit more.
I have no control over it at that point. Because if I try to angle it in to get onto the connector, at that point, it shoves me over to the right.
You want me to give it a go?
Yeah, you might have better luck being on local there.
We're not local, we're all immigrants in this planet.
It's the, literally when you start swinging around a little bit to the right is when it's just like, nope, that's it. It just grabs it, and then you've got to try to hold it left, and it's got the power, but if you hold too much power, then it swings around wildly and risks slamming into
Oh,
everything.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
It's a very tricky spot to get into with this wind direction. Little up. Or tip forward, really.
Yep.
Get back a little bit. Lock.
There you go.
There. Okay.
Annoyingly,
Just wanted to make
it
sure I
seems
got that
my,
It
into,
wasn't fighting quite as hard against me, I don't think.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Annoyingly, it seems that my inventory is ever so slightly not large enough to contain enough ingredients to fully bridge these conveyor lines between these segments.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Just
The
not quite
hilarious-
enough room for some construction components.
The hilarious thing is it took forever for the tide to get up there, but look how fast it's just zooming out of here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the ship's already uncovered, you know, well
Are
out of
you
the
sure
water.
you two aren't about to be hit by a tidal wave?
Relatively so.
Wouldn't surprise me. I mean,
Just adding that as a possibility here, because, like, standard thing in a movie is like, huh, that's weird, the tide's going out really quickly.
No, I think we're fine. I think it's just that the tide on this... It's not that it's going out really quickly, it's just that it's going out really far.
I'm sure it's fine.
I mean, if you hear us suddenly screaming and there's this loud whoosh over our comms, then you'll at least know what happened, but...
Yeah, there's that.
And at least on the upside, we don't have to worry about being hit by any icebergs.
Well, you say that.
Unless the icebergs are themselves also just like water in a shape. Which I guess, strictly speaking, they are, but nonetheless. just like a globule of water just sailing across the surface.
Makes about as much sense as anything on these planets.
Okay. And is the infrastructure for one more hangar segment. The super grid, I suppose I should say. The more of the hinged subgrid parts I can get in, the better as well. That way they might actually be able to continue working throughout an entire enemy attack.
Well, fingers crossed.
Can but hope. Construction components. Hello? Am I out of iron again? Is that it? Yes, it is. Okay.
Time to go mining.
Thankfully, of all the few blessings that this particular station has enjoyed right now, it's does have an iron deposit right next door.
That's good.
Hunchback dropship purchase.
That's what you call conveniently located to nearby shopping.
Well, you tend to build
Convenient
industrial
amenities
parks in areas
nearby.
like this anyways. Yep, there's the...
Do you think red works, Farrell?
As a statement of
Or-
alarm, yes.
For the, well... I guess just, look up.
For the look up. Okay, is that the name of the new ship?
No. Need to figure out a name for the base, but...
Yeah, I think it'll work.
Yeah.
I mean, you might have some unfavorable comparisons to a barn because of that color, but...
I mean,
it is kind of appropriate. It is a vehicle barn of sorts.
yeah.
I'm just imagining Lucian making like a fleet of small grid ships, all named after barnyard animals.
Not really my
Actually-
style, to be honest.
Let me shunt
But
this
I can
over by
imagine.
one here.
I honestly don't know what the name of the evil layer is gonna be, Dragon Reaper. I haven't gotten that far yet. I mean, I'm very tempted, I've gotta be honest, to just do some Doofenshmirtz style stuff. And just have like a jingle of Lucian's evil layer. Or Lucian's
have that on
volcano
a hotkey.
layer. I don't know. Just the multitude of random jingles that Doofenshmirtz has for every single place he lives in. It's quite funny. Hey Farrell, how about the pipe blocks? Like the interior pipe wall blocks, maybe?
Yeah, I'm going to be doing that on the next set down.
Okay. I was just looking at it and just thinking, that might fit.
Yeah, I just need to play the inventory game.
Fair enough.
Oh, so you've played Narky Spoony before? Oof, that is a big dropship. What does she look like up close? Before I potentially find out what she looks like up close. Let's see, got some turrets. Couple of railguns, I don't like the looks of that. For a dropship, it shouldn't be accompanied with heavy artillery, surely.
I mean, some people design dropships with heavy artillery, but to be quite honest, the vanilla railgun doesn't really count.
Hopefully it counts for a heck hole against my shields.
Oh.
Since the roofing has so many holes right now. Alright, now I probably have to address the question of how do I organize these refineries? Might do the industrial refineries, for one thing. I've gone with predominantly non-industrial stuff actually around here, but for these refineries it probably makes a degree of sense. Just as soon as the refinery can actually make literally anything.
Yeah, we'll get there at some point.
Yep. Slight drawback to an autocraft rig is you don't get quite as much heads up if you don't have enough materials.
I guess.
As opposed to setting something to craft and then not noticing that the assembler is skipping it. There. Still very nice to just hover over to a conveyor port and just grab everything. Never having to touch the assembler.
Yeah, that's fair.
So convenient. Presume that's the level. Which seems like it would make sense. Then I think that means I can array them decently like that, so okay. Everything off the hangar is tubes rather than pipes, I know that much. Grab some interior plates and try and lay this out.
no half piece. There's no half centerpiece, so I guess we're doing this.
But space engineers wouldn't leave out blocks that we need. They'd never do that.
Imagine.
I mean, that, and why would anyone need ladders?
I don't know, Marek. Why would anyone need ladders?
No one uses ladders in video games.
I mean, there's an easy way for them not to do ladders. They'd have to implement a parkour system.
Christ, could you imagine?
I don't want to imagine that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And how did you die this time? Well, I jumped to the top of a wall, but the wall wasn't thin enough, so it just flung me right back off.
That's about right.
Yep. That could work, I think.
Okay, so I guess the question is, at this point, how far are we going to have to go back before we can worry about splitting off into the rest of the build on this?
What do you mean?
Well, the bulk of this is going to be underground, so how far back do we need to go before we can even think about branching it off to do that?
So I've already put in the first branch section, or the first, like, dock section, and there'll be 2 of those. This is where the first dock section is going to be, like this little branch here. And that'll be about the width of this tunnel. And then there'll be a 7 to 9 block gap. And then the second branch section for the other port section, then it'll be another 5 blocks back, and then it'll come to a close, and that's where we'll have the main systems. Or, well, not the main systems, because everything's kind of go around the harbor area, but that'll be where the refining area is, at the very least.
Okay, now the next question is, given the water level,
Yeah.
do we want to potentially break out the mining ship again? Or are we officially abandoning this?
I think what we need to do with the mining ship is we need to make sure that it has thrust in all directions, because some of it got destroyed last time. And we need to dismantle the cargo containers. And on top of that, we need to make sure that we have multiple connectors set to throw out stuff.
So that it doesn't
Okay,
pick up
so-
stuff like rock.
Basically, at this point, I was just kind of asking because it was at a good water line right now to start drilling in, but...
Are you okay, Lucian?
Inventory
Rock.
full.
Oh dear.
Rock. I unloaded I took down a cargo container and
Inventory.
it just spouted 42,000 stone into my hull.
Oh, that happens.
Inventory
Yep.
full.
And it's spinning very fast. Kind of worried about it.
Understandable.
Inventory full.
So yeah, first things first is unload all the cargo containers.
Full.
Makes sense.
And then
Inventory.
take all the cargo containers apart on the ship. And then replace the cargo containers with T-junctions, possible, actually just conveyor junctions, because the T-junctions won't pressurize properly.
Inventory full.
And then
Makes
we'll
sense
put
again.
like 6 connectors all set to throw out so that we can throw out stone as fast as possible.
Fuel low. Inventory full. Fuel critical. Inventory.
But hey, at least we'll have a decent amount of stone for the refineries to chew through.
Oh yeah, I mean,
It gets turned into fuel. As I
Hey,
recall.
crawling chaos. Apparently your stream starting soon window is still up, Farrell.
fun. It's not something if I haven't screwed up it. Something in a stream. There we go.
You know, it happens.
Inventory full.
Yeah.
Eventually we'll pick up here. Come on. Thank you, OBS, for finally figuring that out. It's because I'm too preoccupied with trying to find this one song on my stream music playlist to remove from it. Actually, there's 2 songs. So I've got everything in a different spot this week so I can try to actually catch it this time. Because every other time it comes on, it's like usually, nope, slap the button and reload the stream real quick, but now I want to get rid of it.
Go. First industrial refinery running.
Inventory.
It's not actually connected to anything, so it's currently just a black hole, but at
Inventory.
least it's working.
Oh.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory.
There's a lot
I
of
mean, at this-
stone in the hull of this ship.
It might almost even be quicker just to cut open through the hull at that point and just
I
let it drop to
mean-
the floor.
Honestly, we could use the stone.
Yeah. I mean, it's just keep in mind that, I don't know if Trash Cleanup has gotten it yet or not, but we've also got a
Cleanup is
ton
small.
of... Yeah.
Inventory full.
We still have a whole boulder field down here
Yeah.
of all the stuff that came out before.
Maybe I should turn trash cleanup on just for
Inventory
this.
full.
I mean, unless... I'm trying to think of a way to pick that up quicker. Would need...
I'll just do that.
Energy
There we go.
low.
That's all floating objects have been removed.
Where am I getting Reaver comms? Oh, another Thrasher.
Inventory full.
Are they coming for revenge?
Rewenge!
Look, I've got even more shields and bullets than I had the first time. Could you build a catapult system that auto-loads into the stone? Kind of.
It's kind of possible, but it can be a little weird. That's for sure. It can end up quite strange.
Alright, to get the kobold hooked up in case this Thrasher decides to actually pick a fight. I don't want another ship cut in half right at the dock.
It'll happen eventually. whether you like
It
or
happened last stream with the ship I made last stream.
not. Yeah, As I said, it will happen eventually.
I went into dock mid-combat, and all I saw was the rock hopper get split in twain.
That's when you're supposed to be like a worm and you take both halves of the resulting ship and make 2 new ships out of it.
I would have done that, except for the part where the ship then detonated in my hangar, so I didn't have any parts left. I think this particular reaver is trying to have a go, so hurriedly get this sorted. Yep. Why does my shield say that I have a capacity of 360,000, but I currently only have a 340,000, and it's not climbing?
Is the shield block damaged, maybe?
There's a couple that aren't complete. I guess that could be it.
Yeah, that would definitely be what I'd be looking for.
Okay, note to self. When we disable this ship, make sure I go for all the warheads. Well, it actually looks like it's gonna sail past us, just pretty close. Well, it's on the end of the station that has the most guns, so come at me. I have 340,000 shield points and auto-crafted bullets.
Which is about the point where the AI is going to say, and how many assemblers do you have? Bonk.
Well, I can stick around a while, but I killed the last one with my bare hands, technically speaking, so... By which we mean, of course, a grinder, but still. It's not quite close enough yet for me to actually be able to see the thing, but... Let's see, that's 2 Gatling turrets. No autocannons this time. I have 2 autocannons. Fixed placement, though. 2 antennae. I will be very happy to welcome you to our newly instated grinder pit, if you want to come closer, sir.
Inventory full.
Welcome to the new and improved mosh pit.
This is looking pretty good, like.
Well, still a work in progress.
Inventory full.
Okay, they're gonna win. As Pessimal once said, come on if you think you're hard enough. Well, the thing is, I have shields. I know for a fact those Reavers don't.
Yeah, that's the advantage of
and
being
it's
a player.
and it's not equipped with Northwind weapons, so I probably stand a chance.
Fuel critical.
Just a singular chance, but a chance.
Yeah.
Inventory full. No energy.
Let's dedicate this next refinery to nickel. completely unupgraded just yet, but there's time.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
How's it going, Farrell?
Actually, it's going pretty good. We might not even really need the mining ship to at least get the entrance.
Oh, fair enough. It'll definitely
it's-
help with the larger mining areas, but
Mm-hmm.
okay. That's
Yeah,
good.
but for stuff like this, we're about 2/3 of the way there, so...
Oh, fair enough.
Taking on ships successfully is the same as AE trying to take down Troll with his teeth. Any fight you can walk away from. Or any fight the healer can give you a phoenix down from. Any fight you can save scum until you win.
Well, maybe not quite any fight, but
Until you get into the situation, I guess, where the witch was in Callisto Protocol, where they had a boss fight with no ammunition against an enemy that was almost exclusively non-melee.
lovely.
Yeah, they had to exploit a glitch to get out of that one. Every time the thing tried to melee you, it would just take a few steps back, so used that to just glitch them out the door. Go. Second refinery up and running. Alright. Have I charted any gold recently? No I haven't. Probably do go and grabbing some cobalt as well. And I may go for silver. Base hungry.
As is often the case.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what exactly the difference is between steel plates and interior plates. They're made of the exact same materials. So, what exactly is the difference in their content?
One of them has holes in it.
That it?
Yeah, I think that might be it. I'm not actually sure. Maybe interior plates cost less?
Well,
Nope,
I'm not
they
just
actually
talking about
cost
the
more.
mechanical difference. I mean their
Oh, they
actual,
cost
like...
more. Okay.
They cost
well,
more steel than regular steel plates, if I remember right.
Well, I don't know.
Actually, maybe I might be wrong.
I'll check.
One costs more than the other, and that's why usually when you're starting out and you're doing that initial, like, spammy wind tower design, you're always better off using one over the other.
Interior plates cost 1 iron ingot per. Steel plates cost 7 per. So yeah, interior plates are much cheaper.
Okay, yeah, that's why when you're doing starting, you don't have many resources. You're better off just doing interior plates or interior walls for your wind tower stands, because you're using less steel that way.
Huh. Okay, I like that. That's nice. Okay, do I have the materials to make some modules? Probably not. I'll stick them on the iron anyway.
Inventory full.
Since most of the things here want them anyways.
Inventory full.
You know, that Thrasher sent me, like, a booty call, but didn't actually show up, so...
Inventory full.
Fair enough.
Like, hey dog, you up? And then just
Inventory full.
sailed on past.
Inventory
Yeah,
full.
Tinder, am I right?
I don't know. I've never been on Tinder, lying.
Hey, Wrecker.
Inventory.
I spent most of my time on Grindr,
Eh.
which is arguably worse.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Only arguably.
I
You
mean,
say.
I've never been on Tinder, so I wouldn't know if it is or not. You know? Like, I don't know what the general vibe difference is, I
Inventory
guess.
full.
Oh, there's lots of vibes.
I'm sure there are.
Inventory full.
I'm sure some are battery operated.
Oh, yeah.
Inventory
Quite a
full.
lot, in fact.
Hmm.
At least one
In
is
fact,
steam.
I think the majority are battery operated.
Inventory full.
Some might be plugged into the wall.
You know, I don't think there's that many that are wall plug vibes. I've got to be honest.
For when you need all that torque, right?
Well,
I
When
mean,
you
no, I
shoot
think
things
those are
loose.
other things that are plugged into the wall that
Inventory full.
provide similar functionality, I believe.
Yeah,
Inventory
maybe.
full.
Some have pistons, so you know.
Inventory
Or some have
full.
piston action, I should say.
Hmm.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Oh boy, we're almost at low tide.
Yeah,
You say that
it's
with a
like.
sense of dread.
Inventory full.
Well, I mean, the good news is since it takes forever for the tide to come back in, we still have plenty of time.
Inventory.
Yeah, that's true.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Yep, that is. All the refineries silent.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Moment. So I need to go
Inventory.
mine a bunch of stuff. In short.
Inventory full.
It is entertaining though, seeing like historical devices of that nature, shall we say?
What, you mean the ones carved
The ones
from...
for treating hysteria.
Inventory full.
Yes, yes! The ones that were designed for treating female hysteria, yeah.
Yes, the doctor's got so many appointments that day, so he has to have a device that can accomplish the job quickly.
Inventory full.
Oh god. Of course, there's also the ones that are made of wood.
Inventory.
Yeah, so
What-
it's like
I
long,
believe
long.
there's a few
ar-
that are made of
artisanal
ivory
ones,
out
yes.
there, which
There's
Inventory.
I
questions.
don't know. That's expensive taste.
That's expensive and ethically dubious, but I guess some people enjoy that.
I mean, back then it wasn't really considered ethically dubious, you know?
Hmm.
Nowadays,
Because it
very
wasn't.
much so.
Inventory
Just
full.
because they didn't think it
I
was,
mean-
it was ethically dubious doesn't mean it wasn't.
It wouldn't surprise me if there's also some carved out of whalebone, for all we know.
Oh yeah.
Mm. Definitely some carved out of whalebone in the Dishonored universe.
Inventory full.
I mean, yeah, but in the Dishonored
Cursed
universe, it has
dildo.
magical abilities.
Inventory.
Yeah, cursed dildo. Lovely thought, actually, now that I think about it. Fun times, I'm sure.
Inventory full.
So what's the name of the godlike being?
The Outsider?
Yeah, I'm sure he enjoys the comedy of that,
I'm sure.
as much as he can enjoy anything, really.
Well, he's a bit of a depressed goth, so you know.
Full.
Yeah. He's all the assistance he can get.
Inventory full.
I know that there's at least one old lady in the Dishonored
Inventory
universe who
full.
has had interesting relations with him, to say
Inventory
the
full.
least. Ouchie.
Inventory full.
Okay, got a little too close to that.
Oh no.
Stairs.
Oh no.
Oh, stairs. Ow, damn it.
Did you
Okay.
fall again?
No.
Nope.
One of the stairs got
Hmm.
smacked.
Yeah, the further out
My
from the
bit
cave
rate
I
is
go,
up
the
to
more
what it
wind hits
should
me,
be,
so...
we shouldn't have any more frame dropping issues tonight.
Hmm?
Yeah, my bitrate is back up to 75k, well 7.5k, which is what it should be.
I'm relatively sure that Twitch can only take
Inventory
6K.
full.
Yeah,
Better to have it and not need it, I think.
Oh, yeah.
check something here. What am I running on? Yeah, I'm running on 5K.
Inventory full.
I think I'm running on 6K, but I can't remember if I'm running at 1080p 60,
Inventory full.
720p 60, or 1080 30.
Inventory full.
I honestly do not remember.
Couldn't tell you. Okay, got
Right.
1 hour to get at least the superstructure of this end hangar segment.
Good. The barge is emptied.
Probably for the best, considering it's, what, completely out of the water now?
Yeah, at the moment. Yeah, we're gonna need to wait for the tide to come back in before we can unlock this thing. And besides, it needs additional stuff.
Pylons.
Yeah, I mean, I'm at water level right now, and I'm under the keel.
Fun fact, in 1869, the first steam-powered quote-unquote device was invented to help out discerning ladies.
Yep.
I'd be a little worried if it was steam-powered, I've gotta be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that feels like it might burn something at some point.
I mean, trains were steam powered and they didn't burn passengers.
I got another
Joy?
stair.
Oh, god damn it, Farrell.
Well, you've got non-completed blocks there. There's no stamina to them.
I mean, I can't exactly
not
use
steam-powered.
the completed ones. It's annoying. They look awful. There's not much I can do about it. Like, I could leave it without the stairs, but then it just looks strange.
Speaking of stairs, let's finish the ones over here. Here. think I can squeeze in a fair few more refineries here without interfering with the reactor, so it should be fine. Alright. I don't have a deposit for gold, it seems, so I accidentally opened my helmet. How dear. I need to rebuild the rock hopper.
Well, you knew it was going to happen eventually.
Yep. Unsurprising, in the least. At least every part of Welders is already on autocraft. Steel plates. Get me started. As my pressure climbs, so does the devices. Oh dear.
Stairs have been.
Energy low.
We burned through all of that iron. Nope, we are just taking our sweet time. Apparently. Oh wait, no, I know what's happening. The only remaining assembler that isn't set to autocraft things is behind the refinery that I just turned off.
Yes, that would cause problems.
So that
I
it
would
wouldn't
imagine.
steal stuff from the other refineries that are dedicated to doing stuff. Well, we still got iron coming in. Why ain't it going nose? This is definitely linked up. It's definitely receiving iron ore. Why isn't it going anywhere? I got nothing. This doesn't make sense.
Wow.
Oh, because it's stuffed full of rocks for some reason.
That would probably cause a problem.
Yeah, how did that even happen?
Wow.
Totally bizarre.
What, the assembler?
Yeah, how did it receive rock? And surely that's a thing it shouldn't be able to receive.
It's because of the plasma fuel generator.
Ah.
Because it's used for that fuel, it will take it as a resource, and thus it will happily let a drill cram it as full as it wants to be filled.
Well, we're not it. We don't get in for such a silly business here, so. We use good old, purely functional and safe uranium.
Well, I wouldn't
Organically
say
sourced?
safe, but sure.
Perfectly safe.
It's organic. It's perfectly safe, beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah, it's vegan.
Sure.
You ever heard a rock complain about being used as fissile material? Nope.
Okay.
No energy.
That's all you have to say to that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, as Jewelcraft points out, reactors that have no form of waste product. It's quite impressive, Space Engineers technology.
Complain. Go. Let's
Go.
turn welders off. Whilst I figure out correct orientation for this thing. Which is certainly not that. Boy.
I mean, in fairness, if SE did add nuclear waste, I get the feeling that they wouldn't add it properly. So.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, let's get there. Good. Good. We'll just stare at this thing. Yep.
Oh, God. No, thank you, Dragon Reaper. No, thank you.
What's up?
The idea that nuclear waste in Space Engineers would cause the spiders to grow bigger.
Oh, like Factorio.
That sounds awful.
Ah, the beauty of an auto-crafting system. Plugged into a welder wall. C'est magnifique. Just need a bunch of batteries, I think. Or cells.
I could see it being used in some of the higher tiers of munitions as depleted uranium.
Yeah.
That would be interesting. Yeah.
Gene, why did you do this?
Oh no.
They give you a nice, lovely, detailed block, and then they do something stupid like make sure that you can't align something properly with it.
Oh, yeah. The fact that the... Yeah.
You can't flip it around and it's not symmetrical on its axis.
Yeah. Yeah. Quite annoying.
Access granted.
Spirit of Le Mans getting pretty close.
Oh, how close are we looking?
2.46 and falling quite rapidly.
Ooh.
2.3. Just continue on your way. Nobody here but us yips. Yeah, you got a couple of underslung railguns. Some assault cannons. Missile launchers. It's once again heading in your direction, by the way.
Yeah, that's unsurprising.
They try to come down here.
I'm on the
but, you
other
know,
side of the planet. It's always headed towards you.
Mm.
2.1 kilometers. Hello.
We're just going to be standing around, and suddenly we'll have
Good,
something
good.
come out from underneath our feet at us.
Giant drill ship.
Tell you what I could use on the welder info screen is thing it can weld, but doesn't have the part for. Like, give me a shopping list.
I think there's scripts for that.
Probably. Nope. Searchlights, don't do that to me. The searchlights have identified the spirit of Lamond.
Oh boy.
Gesundheit.
Ah!
Gesundheit.
And again.
Oof. I've never actually seen the spirit of No, I have seen the spirit of before.
I have, just a matter of how far are we talking?
I've never seen it up close properly.
Everything else here is
Shift middle
just...
mouse button. That's what it is to follow. Wrap around in spectator.
Shift middle mouse, you said?
Mm-hmm.
To remember that.
Yeah, I keep forgetting it, and I keep trying to remember it, and I keep forgetting it, and then finding out again and again.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, what have we got? Missile turrets. Assault turrets. Interesting. If you manage to get under it and get into the main cockpit area, the drone. What the?
You good?
Yeah, the Spirit of Le Mans just fired at something.
Eh,
Not at you,
like-
I don't think.
I was gonna say, it's like 5 kilometers from me.
But I just watched the railguns fire from inside the ship. Anyway, what I was saying is the drone control block for the Spirit of Le Mans is right above the lower, like, bridge section. It's just behind a panel. If you round your way in through one of the windows, you could probably get it pretty easily.
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's despawned. Never mind.
Okay, the
It's stream sniping. It heard you.
the Steely Dan evidently took some damage that I didn't identify because it cannot move.
Hmm.
Except for laterally.
Hmm.
Time to see if I can hover it over to the component side.
I'm starting to wonder if I should put together, vanilla versions of every Ghost Industries ship.
How long would that take you?
Not long, actually. It's mainly just replacing the weapons. Like, that's usually the main modded thing I have is the weapons on ships. Like, putting... It might take a little while because vanilla weapon bounding boxes are awful.
And that's putting it mildly.
Yep.
Yep.
Great, we have zombies on the prowl again.
Oh joy.
I need to make some more ammo for my gun.
Fuel critical.
I mean, this ship is a barge, Stephen House. I don't know what to tell you. If it looks Starfield, that is unintentional. Because it's a barge. It's a water-based barge. So, if you meant the Spirit of Le Monde, I have no control of that. That's an NPC encounter.
Yes, that we're not responsible for that.
That makes it sound like it's a bad ship, but no, it's actually a really nice looking ship. But not responsible for its existence.
Apparently, there's a slight design flaw in the Steely Dan.
Mm-hmm.
Which is that at the rear end of it, just behind all of the major, like the main thrusters, there is a single conveyor adapter,
Oh.
which feeds back and left, right, and up and down. And that
And let me
evidently
guess, it was
that
broken.
took damage. Yes, that
Yeah.
took damage, and now everything else is clicked on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's your problem.
That's fine. It's why I've got a window. Why I've got a welder wall.
Fair enough.
Now everything will be great and fine. Good.
And that's what they said about Crystal Pepsi.
Where was the other... What was it called? Ooh. Oh, that's suddenly very tempting.
Hmm.
Colorful icons mod
What
for
did
your in-game menus.
colorful icons mod?
Like basically all of the in-game menus and items actually have the icons actually have the colors of the blocks that they represent.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
That might be quite nice, actually. I might install that at some point for myself.
That might get a bit messy, I fear.
No, it actually looks pretty decent overall.
Oh, come on, game. I barely nicked the wall.
No, you
It
didn't.
wasn't even that, it was the wind shoving me
says you
into
flew
it.
into it at lethal velocity.
Flew into it at lethal velocity with enough power to knock out 2 of my lift engines.
Yep.
Down to 4 steel plates each.
Yeah, so you must have hit it at lethal velocity, right?
Yeah, 10 meters. a
Oh yeah.
second, or less.
Aside from the fact that the outer blocks are all still intact and just only minorly deformed, because the engines are actually wrapped with blocks around them to prevent this sort of thing from happening.
Don't forget, the devs fixed the deformation issue.
Oh, I've got a few deformation issues to say to them in response to that. Alright, let's see if I can nurse this thing to a parking spot then, because this means if I take on any load, it's going to drop out of the sky right now.
Oh, have you done the calculation?
Oh no, it's just with 2 lift fans out, it is absolutely going to plummet.
At least you never does the calculation, and I always do the calculations.
Farrell's probably
it's-
somewhere in the middle.
It's,
Farrell
I mean, it's
sometimes does the calculation.
It's 2/3 of its thrust. That's definitely enough to kill it. When you come to pick up parts for your inventory to fix everything, and you find that you're carrying over 1,000 scrap, yeah,
Oh. Yeah,
and
that
we have
hurt.
no motors.
Oh, it must be such a pain. I have so many motors. At all times. Just there, waiting to serve my every whim. Alright.
Hey, Mr. Tinman.
What's broke?
Welcome.
Some
Woo.
beam blocks, a spotlight, a couple armor blocks. Oh, wait, there. Looks good. Yeah, I think the rock hopper can be allowed to hover on its own cognizance.
Does it have cognizant? Wait.
It is not the least bit, and it is not the least bit automated. So no.
Okay. I was like,
In
it
the-
has brain functions? I'm
It's
confused.
sentient?
not brain functions I've coded, that's for sure.
It's alive. and
Certainly none
evil.
that Keen would have coded either.
Just because it doesn't like you doesn't mean it's evil.
Yeah, but now it's chasing you, Lion. What do you say about that?
I say it's playing fetch, and I'm it. Actually, we've had I think I've mentioned Jeremy before. We've had Jeremy Bentham, the house mouse. For
Oh
like a couple of weeks.
yes, you have.
Yeah.
You have. I've been seeing the adventures of Jeremy on Twitter, I believe.
Hmm.
Oh my
So it's
God.
yeah, we've had him around for a while now, and we're pretty sure we know where he's been and where he's going and that kind of thing. So I've just been like leaving him food in a specific location near to where we think he's camping out, so that he has less reason to venture too far away from it, and hence poops in fewer areas of our house. And that seems to be working, but I'm now in the stage of there is an animal in my home that I'm caring for. At what point am I getting it microchipped? Like
At what point do you go, okay, you get a home in a cage now, Jeremy?
Like, he's got a food bowl. Because I knew he was getting water, but I had no notion of where he was getting water from. Like he got food but not water, so I decided, okay, I need to like dig out like an old pet water bowl or something, and just put it near to where we think he is, so that he doesn't have to go too far for water either, thus defeating the whole point and whatnot. Yeah, and like, at what point am I just going to get him a little bell? At this stage.
A collar for a mouse.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I'm actually going to take this down to the shipwreck and rebuild it there. I've got one of them.
The shipwreck?
back up, so...
Shipwreck.
Well, the remains of what we landed in. Whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, it's not a wreck, but...
It's kind of a wreck. It's definitely a wreck.
It's a functional wreck, but...
Ooh, ow, 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 ow.
Scrap pile.
Thank you,
The scrap
space
pile.
engineers.
Yeah, sure.
Ow. Don't mind me, just hop out of my cockpit directly into the active welders. Ow. Oh. I'm fine. Just gonna go rub myself up against the survival kit for a moment. Oof. I should get a med bay up here, really. I feel like I've got the resources to justify a med bay, just a matter of where I shove it. Ugh. Okay, is that...
You know, I mentioned earlier that it was 2 lift thrusters that had taken out,
What was
or
it?
almost taken out, down to 4 steel plate. I also took down the central interior large cargo container down to 1 interior plate.
Oh.
So, you know, just 1 light brush against the wall was enough to almost take out the entire thing.
A little too close for comfort.
Yeah. That is a Keen Fix Yo game moment.
Yep. Okay, that should...
If a modern automobile had that kind of crumple zone, yeah, I would not be driving.
There's one small battery that isn't fully fixed up. Where? It's gotta be buried because I can't see it anywhere.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. There you go. Is that it? Yes, that looks like it. Hooray!
Full.
Okay, rock hopper, ready to go. These welders off before they kill me again.
Okay, good. Nothing's on fire.
Does the rock hopper have a reactor board? No. But I can easily fix that. At least I think. I'm actually not sure if I have no, apparently I had some spare reactor components, not gonna complain. Entirely certain how that happened.
Oh.
I swear the model for the small warfare reactor on small grid reminds me of the gadget.
Of the what?
The gadget.
The gadget?
Mm-hmm.
It was the name of an early nuclear test device.
Hmm. Okay.
Because of course they couldn't say nuclear test device in case anyone got hold of a piece of paper that had its name on.
Hmm.
Small battery 6. What am I still seeing? Occurs to me that I probably shouldn't be deleting the dangerous encounter markers, given that I'm about to set sail, as it were.
Probably a good idea.
It probably won't come up, I'm sure.
Well, unless you run right into one.
Unless I run right into one, yes. Then it'll definitely come up.
And then, it won't be much of a problem anymore.
Not for very long, no. I'm gonna set the high band for steel plates to be a bit higher. Like 75% of a small cargo container. Just because it should at least be enough to utterly stomp the capacity of the cobalt. I think. Seems reasonable to me.
What's the matter, zombie? Am I in my cockpit?
Don't taunt the undead. It's not very polite.
I've got nothing else I can do. I'm sitting on a 42% charge waiting for this thing to charge up, and nothing else I can do. I've already filled it up. I'm bringing all the raw resources down from the other ship. Because we're out of nickel down there and many other things.
That is fair.
Maybe I guess you'll need to go out mining and bring some nickel back.
This is how you remind me?
Why are you sighing, Lucian?
Oh, many reasons.
Right, 20 minutes, so I will just focus on getting this superstructure done. Hopefully I have enough iron for that. I will confess the iron ore deposit nearby is getting a little depleted.
Here, zombie, 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 zombie.
It's almost quite zen filling this in. Just gotta hover to my left for a certain bit of time, and then tilt 45 degrees, and then hover to my left for a certain bit of time, rinse, repeat.
Yo.
You good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
That doesn't sound like someone who's fine.
No, I just got stuck in a tiny hole for a bit.
Ah.
There's beams all throughout the area that I'm working in, and, oh, God. Okay. I accidentally jumped down, or well, rather, my jetpack lost its fuel, and I landed in a tiny hole between a beam block and a full block, so I had to grind down the beam block. Other than that, it's fine.
should know, pretty much the only part of this entire build that is actually, like, designed is the hang. Everything else I'm deliberately leaving open-ended. So it can just be whatever jolly mess I come up with.
How's the charge looking, Farrell?
On the ship,
On the Light Brigade.
I'm on my way back right now, 63%.
Oh, good.
I was down to like 30, so that's why I figured I'd balls
Yeah.
down there, charge up real quick.
Be a good idea. I'm just starting work on some spotlights.
Because now the next bit of fun is going to be trying to come down fully loaded on that connector.
Well, hello, Lucian and Farrell. I'm here too.
I think Tin Man usually comes in after you've left, flying.
I see.
Late night views. Oh God, Farrell!
I can't do anything, no power.
Oh.
What just happened?
All I can do is try to brace the landing some.
Farrell bumped the battery as he was landing.
Oh.
And I'm guessing instantly lost power on a lot of stuff. Yeah, that warfare battery is at 1 steel plate.
And I've got lost most of my aft thrusters
both
too.
warfare batteries are really low.
All right, I'm gonna try
Basically
to
lost the major power.
hang on. I'm gonna try to see if I can. Well, I was gonna try. Problem is the landing gear are up front, and in order to lock the landing gear,
Well, the good news is that you can kind of float.
yeah, I just need to get somewhere I can actually.
You
There,
go.
I'm locked. I didn't have much thrust to deal with the current either, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Keen. Bump the battery so that just everything in the rear end explodes. That's great.
We need 21 power cells. Let me
You just
see if I
have the
can
one
grab-
battery?
No, there were multiple batteries that got shattered.
Oh.
And those are basically the two main batteries on that thing, unfortunately.
Oh.
And the rest are all small, so I was working off of no power at that point.
Okay, I should have enough to... There we go. Both batteries are back online. Seems like they were the only things that were damaged.
Yeah, there's a couple of thrusters in the rear that are gone. Lost a drill on the way down. Or at least there were thrusters that were not firing when I was trying to fire them.
On this side. On this side. There's 4 thrusters on the back that are no longer functioning. And yeah, there's 1 drill and its accompanying cargo system.
Yeah,
Oh.
and I gotta see if I can try to get towards the block in the middle there, because yep, conveyor junction's dang near gone too. Yeah, let's just disintegrate the entire back end of your craft without doing the actual disintegration. Silly Keen.
Oh, you never know.
I mean, hey, at least now you're at 52% power,
Oh yeah,
I guess.
yeah. I should be able to limp mode at home, but I need a working connector to do that first.
Yeah, that's fair.
And with it not having much left in the the structure around the connectors, probably a good idea to fix that first too. Then I try to dock up and then watch more explosions.
Indeed.
Ironically, the motors that I need to fix all of that are inside the vehicle.
Yeah, that happens. That happens a lot, honestly.
Fortunately, I can pull them out through the drill head.
Not sure how that works. Not gonna ask either.
The joys of interconnected cargo.
Yeah.
Let's see, I need computers for that.
Okay, thankfully I have, despite several heavily armed passers-by remained completely unchallenged this entire evening. I'm saying that 10 minutes before I end, just to be on the safe side. Surely nothing could happen to me now.
Don't say it.
Oh, and it even damaged some of the reactors that I'm not using. Well,
Well, these are the ones you're not using. Okay.
turn it on so I can pull from it.
Just a couple of assault cannon turrets here, and that should be good for you. Oh, combat phase now active. What good timing.
There we go. A little bit of extra lighting, I think. Do that.
Just this parallax Eidolon gets here and takes an interest. No doubt. I mean, what am I saying? It'll definitely leave me completely alone.
Oh.
No trouble will ever befall me ever again.
I mean, this just
Lumber.
sounds like karma coming in. Like,
Well, I'd much rather it come at me tonight than it... Hark, a raven. I'd much rather karma come at me tonight than, like, tomorrow at my doctor's appointment.
that's fair.
That'd be much
Comet,
worse.
comet, comet, chameleon.
There's a combat chameleon, I feel like it's me.
I mean, hey, at least the spotlights are helping you out, eh, Farrell?
Yeah. Doing a great job of showing me what's out there. No guessing game at all on where stuff is.
Oh look, motors. I needed those.
That's fully connected, that's fully connected. Let's make sure the assault cannons are actually taking their ammo. Yep, every single one of them. So I am all good.
Be on look at there's another one coming in.
Right.
Okay. Alright, so... Let me see. Next time I need to... add more refineries.
Behind you.
Flesh out the armor
Oh, I'm in
plating.
spectator mode at the moment.
Got him.
What the power's doing it.
Thank you.
I may have winged you a little bit there, but
Oh, power's fine. 10 days.
That's fine.
2 weeks. Power's fine. And I've got more batteries still to install. So, hey. So hurrah! I've got the main superstructure of the hangar over here done.
Nice.
Yeah. I can practically render the original structure of the station completely obsolete.
Hmm.
And I'm now up to 360,000 shield. Hurry.
Congrats.
Alright. That
Still
will
no pressurized environment, but
Eh.
you know.
It's fine. It's fine. For at least right now, it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see. That will have to be it for me tonight because, as I say, I have a very early, very important appointment tomorrow, in which I might find out I have cancer, and that would be the good out. Well, that would be the worst outcome, but not because it would kill me. Living would be the worst outcome.
Somehow I don't.
Breast cancer has like a 95% survival rate, so the odds of it killing me are exceedingly low. But if I have to go through breast cancer treatment, then I will lose my chest, I will lose my hair, I will lose my HRT.
Yeah, that's.
That's
yeah,
why I
that's-
say, yeah, like, virtually no outcome here can be good. At best, it can be inconclusive, but it being cancer and I survive is actually probably the worst by a long shot. Certainly in terms of likelihood.
next to you.
Anyways, I'm gonna chuck you guys over to... Assuming I have typed this name correctly. I think I have. Okay. Good luck on your appointment tomorrow. I really hope it goes well as it can. Yeah, let me see. My next stream probably won't be tomorrow because I will have that to deal with. But I will be back on Saturday for some random games and patrons at the carousel, and I'll be back on Monday for possibly the last Come Log Home stream of the season. Some programming on Tuesday, and then more work on this on the Thursday. Yes. Any videos I make are at youtube.com/lyingtube, and everything I do is powered by you at patreon.com/lying. Catch you all next time, everybody.
Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. To the Farrell stream.
To everyone.
I somehow have 20 people watching my stream. I do not know where these people come from. All of them are lurkers, by the look of it. But hi, people. Oh yeah, Farrell. I recently installed a new plugin for Space
Yeah.
which allows me the creation of 2,500 kilometer planets. I am tempted to run a PvPvP using 2,500 kilometer planets.
The gravity on that, the atmosphere cannot possibly be working right.
I do not know. I do not know.
Holy moly.
Wow. Ah! Jeez. Fucking. Ah!
Oh, I see. Yeah, send them
Yes.
my way.
I backed off and it immediately went after you.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely a lurker trolling chaos. Not a bot. Now, there's a lot of you around, and I know that a lot of my channel's viewers are lurkers. You all like to lurk and listen, which I cannot fault you for. I do that enough myself. There's a website to check people. I can post the link chat to your mods if you want. I'm not that fussed. Don't worry. Like, the bots fill out the numbers, I guess. I don't know. It is what it is. I'm not that fussed. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of people in the chat. I don't know that they're, like, bots or not. So, I know a few of them are. I know a few of them are definitely bots, but...
Alright, that's all hooked up. Can get all that unloaded. Do that here. Okay, was that you that went by me there, or was that a zombie?
I think that was me.
Okay, yeah. It was close enough. I caught just a flash of blue, and it's like, uh-oh, is that one of those cold zombies or whatnot?
Nope, just navy blue. Don't worry about it. We're just here to pick up greebling tips? Fair enough, Calling Chaos. The answer is beams. Beams on everything. And other stuff, but you know.
Yeah, this whole front and outer wall is definitely going to need some Greeble attention.
I'll get around to it at some point. At the moment, I'm doing the roof.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely emerging to be one giant flat piece of real estate here.
Yeah, that happens. Like, you need the flat real estate before you can do the proper greebling, I feel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you need to know the scale of what you've got to work with, basically.
Yeah. And then you can come back in with the greebles and go, okay, I can put this here, this there. I can add some ribbing. Make it ribbed for everyone else's pleasure. Thinking about maybe needing to mount. Actually, no. I'm not going to mount a weapon system to the harbor area. I don't think that's necessary. We'll mount it on the sides. Probably.
Alright, I guess if that is charged up now, I better take the drill ship and... Oh, that's right, I guess I'll place that last drill. The last drill and like 5 feet of conveyor tube also removed. Good grief.
Well, I mean, it's better than all the drills. Apparently.
Oh, yeah. It's just silly how it leaves everything else intact. This time around, it left everything else intact. I suppose I shouldn't complain that it didn't just rip apart the insides of everything in the front of the ship.
Mm-hmm. Don't complain or Clang will come and get ya. Oh, we're out of steel plate.
That's okay, I brought down plenty of iron.
Oh, good. There's probably plenty of steel plate in the wreck as well, to be honest.
Yeah, I've got a good chunk of that drained out by now, actually.
Really? Oh,
I think so. Certainly got all of the resources we had down there in the assemblers and the refinery, so... At least from a raw capacity, we've got all the stuff to make things.
Oh. Just starting to come together. I like it. I'm gonna need a bit more drilling, I think. What?
Yep. Yeah, that's why I'm getting the... I want to get this drill up and going so that way I can pop over and get the bottom while the... I was going to say while the hide is out, but that doesn't make any sense. While the tide is out. It's a little trickier to actually do the welding when you're in the ship in water because it just bobs around way too much.
Inventory full. Energy critical.
Again with the zombies.
Yep.
No energy.
Well, thank you, Tassara. I would hope to be entertaining. Or at the very least, good enough to have on in the background and just mind-numbingly listen to. On the occasions when I do talk and I'm not focused on whatever I'm doing. So thank you. I also hope that my stream quality is relatively good these days compared to what I started with, which was awful, honestly. But, you know.
Everyone goes through that phase.
Yeah. One day, I mean, I might even have a dual rig system. Who knows? Probably not. Seems like too much of a hassle for my taste, to be honest.
Yeah, I keep debating about whether I really want to go through that or not. And right now, the deciding factor for that is I'm already overheating in this apartment with one rig. I don't need two.
That's fair. That is fair.
Yeah, I've got air conditioning, but then air conditioning doesn't help the
Ooh.
audio quality.
Goddamn zombies!
You're like party guests that don't know when to go.
I think they're more like party guests who weren't invited.
Mhm.
I have finally put in the lowest marker of the channel, as it were.
Ooh, yeah, they're all over the place out there.
Oh, yes, they are. Whew. And there's more coming. Oh,
Yeah, there was like 3 of them when I was flying out.
oh yeah, here come another 2. Oh boy. Wish you had access to more of my build? As in workshop-wise or mod-wise, Desara? I'm curious about that. As in, would you prefer that I put more of my builds on the workshop, or would you prefer that my builds used less mods? Because I've had both things requested.
Yeah, one coming down from above.
Workshop. That's fair. I mean, I'm picky about what builds end up on the workshop and what builds don't. It's for me, it's very much a thing of I will only put something on the workshop once I feel it's finished enough. But the grading curve of finished enough is it's
Somewhere
very
between the line of
depending. Yeah.
It's somewhere between the line of never and well, maybe someday.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's difficult for me to figure out if something is finished enough for it to go on the workshop. At the moment, there's a few new ones. I updated the Orion class and I threw up the Scorpius class as well. So there's a few new ones, but I need to finish a few others. I'm hesitant to put things up with too many mods. That's for sure. That's why the Gentleman's Folly, there's only one copy of it and it's unlisted, is because it has so many mods in it. And when I first started uploading Space Engineers stuff on the workshop, my first mistake was posting a copy of a blueprint, of one of my blueprints in the Keen Software House Discord, in the, blueprint sharing channels. And the first thing that people said was, why does it use so many mods? And I'm like, because it's cool? And they're like, yeah, I download it, but it has too many mods. And I'm like, okay. So that kind of left me a little annoyed, honestly. I kind of got where they were coming from, but it still left me annoyed because it's like, well, maybe get Keen to do some better blocks, and then maybe But nowadays I'm less like that. But it's still like, especially when it comes to weapon mods, I'm very much like, I want Northwind weapons or something similar because Keen's weapons look awful. Well, they don't look great. I'll say that much. Yeah, more. God damn it. But yeah, I think I will start up, or at least I'll start trying to upload more stuff to the workshop. There's a few designs that there's a few designs that I'm keen to throw up on the workshop at some point. That I would like to throw up on the workshop at some point. There's one or two pieces that I feel are close to being finished. I don't know the Gentleman's Folly, the full version of that. I don't know if that'll ever be finished, but one could hope. But yeah. There's a lot of stuff to go before it's ready, realistically, but there's a few pieces. Let me think. What's almost ready? The Spectre. That's the Spectre Continental. That's one that's ready to go up on the workshop that I've been putting off. So I'll probably throw that one up on the workshop soon. Because I've been putting it on the workshop. And it needs to go up on the workshop. And I keep putting it off because I'm like, oh, I want to alter this, or I want to alter that. But honestly, at this point, there's not much more I can do to make it perfect. So it's probably going to end up on the workshop soon. And the Spectre Continental is a mafia's, like, Italian mafia 1920s style hover car. It's kind of neat. It's kind of neat. So yeah, I'll see about throwing that on the workshop, hopefully within the next week or so.
Now just made me think of Wacky Races and the Anthill Mob.
It has a bit of a Wacky Races feel, to be honest.
Fuel low.
One of the things that I really enjoy doing in Space Engineers is vehicles that you would see in a Bond film. Like all the vehicles with like machine guns behind the headlights and stuff. I love doing something like that. Oh. I'm getting in your cockpit, Farrell. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I need to take a quick bio break and I don't want to get eaten. I will be right back, chap.
Come on, Mr. Zombie. Come on down for landing. All the stuff I don't need. That's fine. Hydrogen soon. Yay!
Right. Okay. I'm back.
Fuel low.
Love you. Okay. Let's see. How is this looking? It's getting there. We're getting there. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. Lot more digging to do, that's for sure. A lot more building. But it's starting to come together. But yeah, as I was saying, one of the things that one of the types of vehicles that I really enjoy making is Bond-style vehicles. I put together about a year ago, I think, maybe at this point. I essentially made a replica of the Fab 1 from Thunderbirds. It was more the style of Fab 1 that... It was kind of a cross between the original and the Thunderbirds Argo design. But let me see if I can find it in my thing. Yeah, here we go. So, Fab 1, Replica 9. I'm just gonna do some showing off, if you don't mind, Farrell.
Go for it.
Copy to clipboard. Okay, so this, for people who are not aware, is the Fab 1 from Thunderbirds. It is rolling away. Parking is now engaged. It is... Oh, God. It is a 6-wheeled vehicle that is missing a couple of... Oh, stop, please. Fuck off. Oh, what the... This is incredibly irritating. There we go. Okay. So yeah, this is the Fab 1. It's an interesting amalgamation of both the original and older versions of the Fab 1. I believe. Well, it's an interesting one. But let me show off some features. So, I guess we can start with the doors, which are half gull wing doors, which work surprisingly well in... Do you want to come take a look at this, Farrell, actually? Hello? Welcome to the Fab 1. It's very pink. I'm aware it's very pink.
Yeah, but that's keeping in style with the background, so yeah.
Yeah, I mean it is designed by Lady Penelope, so it makes sense. If I hop in this seat real quick, I don't know what everything does. Oh right, yes. So go take a look at the front headlights, Farrell, real quick. Look at that! Look at that! That is fantastic. You can't tell me that doesn't look cool.
Especially because it's things that you could not do things you could not do in Space Engineers until very recently, anyways.
Yeah, with all the collisions updates, very helpful. So
this is a full-on breakout here.
This version of the Fab 1 only has a few little accoutrements, as it were. So it's got the auto cannons behind the headlights, which are pretty cool. And then you've got what was in the original puppeted series for Thunderbirds, which is the let me see. What's it? This one, I think. No? Oh, right. This one. There we go. The boot lift for getting up to various high places, which is kind of neat. It's not quite as it was in the original series, because the original series had the boot pop out and then the lift had like railings and everything. But it's as close as I can really get in Space Engineers, so you know, I think it's not too bad. It's pretty neat. And then you can do, let's see, these two to close the doors and situate everything. There's a few blocks missing here and there because mods and stuff. And it's kind of sad that the windows here just can't be filled in at all because the block for it does not exist. But you know. And it drives around pretty well, surprisingly enough. Like for a vehicle that has 6 wheels and is very long, it drives around pretty damn well. So yeah. I'm really happy with how this turned out, honestly. Out of all the vehicles that I've done, this is one of my favorites. But it is missing a few mods. And yeah. This is actually true to real life. Because the real life version of this got stuck on so many hills because it had such a long wheelbase. Very funny. But yeah, it's pretty neat. It's pretty neat. Yeah, no, this terrain is not good for...
Yeah, now you're completely nose and tailed.
But the mechanism for opening and closing the doors is really cool as well. Like, it's such a neat little design, and it's obviously missing a few blocks here and there because of the mods, of course. But overall, I'm really happy with how it looks. Like, this is a beautiful design. I had thought about maybe going through and designing all of the Thunderbirds stuff, and then my hyperfixation went away. And I was like, I can't do that. That's a lot that I'm just not going to do. So yeah.
My problem is that all of my old stuff that I could put up is all stuff that really only works in creative.
I mean, that's not such a bad thing. Like, some people do just like creative mode stuff. With me, it's kind of difficult because I build a lot of my stuff in creative and I don't test it in survival. And then I end up finding out that my ship runs out of hydrogen really quickly.
Yep.
And I usually build exclusively with hydrogen. So, yeah. It's a thing.
Oh, we're not keeping the walkway on the outside?
No, we are.
Oh, you're just extending it. Okay.
I realized that like having the large blocks all that way back was a little much, so I was like, I'll adjust it a little bit. Oh, I'm being an idiot. I still have creative mode tools on. Definitely get this done quicker, but...
Yeah, definitely.
hopefully not a good idea. Thunderbird 2. Let me think. Big green one? Big green one. I think that's right.
I think so. I've seen very few episodes.
I've seen a few episodes here and there of the different various series. But yeah. I mean, my favorite Thunderbird is probably... Whoa. Been a while. Thunderbird. Well, technically speaking, my favorite Thunderbird is Fab 1. But it's not actually a Thunderbird. It's just in the Thunderbirds universe. And if we're going old school Thunderbirds, then we're probably talking Thunderbird 1. As my favorite. Because it's rocket and jet plane combined is kind of cool. If we're talking newer Thunderbirds, the Stealth Thunderbird, which is kind of interesting. It's a little weird. Let's see. Thunderbird Shadow. That's what it's called. Hold on. Let me... There we go. This is Thunderbird Shadow, which is from the newer Thunderbirds. Which I really like the design and style of. It's pretty cool. Apparently it's designed to have a deployable motorbike in it. Which just sounds fun to me, to be honest. So yeah, it's like I look at some of this stuff and I think to myself, God, I wish I was a child again. And yeah, sometimes.
Well, yeah, because now they got all the cool toys now.
But you know, you never really have to grow out of it, honestly. Like, well, nowadays they actually have like collectible toys and stuff. Although back in those days they did have them as well. They just weren't quite as widely available. The boom of television brought on the boom of toy manufacturing, that's for sure. But yeah.
I mean, you could even almost trace that back to like all the Japan monster movies and whatnot, and all the black and white stuff that they did over there. Mighty Jack and whatnot.
$1969. I was born in... I'm technically a 99... Well, yeah, I am a 99 baby. I was born in 1999. So I'm just on the cusp of... I'm kind of in that weird gray area between Gen Z and Millennial, I think. It's a bit weird. Bit weird. Or Gen X and Millennial. I don't remember which is which, to be quite honest. I don't pay that much attention to that sort of thing. But I'm relatively young. I have been told multiple times by literally everyone who watches my streams who are apparently older than me. So, you know. Things are what they are. Things are what they are. Okay. Oh, let's see. What have we got?
Oh, these ladder shafts. Do they really make you just actually bring you over small steel tubes for every possible ladder
Yep.
rung?
Yep. Okay. Let me think. Yeah, let's... Okay. So we'll cap the... Oh. We'll do that. Might be. No, no. Let's do the end. It's a lot of ladder to climb, but usually it's only there for emergencies, honestly, Mr. Tin Man. And I am thinking that with the ladder, we'll probably bring it down to the point where it starts to curve. Barrel.
Mm-hmm.
Just as an emergency access right to the top. So that's probably a good idea.
Yeah, I think the very bottom of this is going to be tricky to try to mine out. I mean, the tide's coming in, but even with the tide out, it was right at the limit.
Mm-hmm.
So that one we might need the bigger drill to be able to,
Yeah, we'll use the big drill
get
for
it.
that one, I think. Then I think underneath these we can put batteries. Yeah, the waves on this particular planet are pretty high.
Fuel low.
Oh boy.
It surfs up if you don't mind surfing in a tsunami.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Tessara. I have a tendency... I dislike large flat plates, basically. And I have a tendency to basically go, how can I make this have depth? Which I usually achieve by adding a bunch of ribbing. depending on what I'm working on. And then again, other things look fine with large flat planes, but yeah, it really depends what you're working on. Okay. Good.
Alright, now can I get you to drill back that a little bit more? Without blowing everything else up around it.
We have a rough guide, kind of. I'll actually show you real quick, because I think it's still over here.
The little small grid thing, yep.
Yeah. So this is the rough guide to what we're doing at the moment. This is kind of like a 3D small grid map of the entire thing. So if you think about it, like this is the entrance to the harbor. Then we have two sets, four bays in the side for general water-based large ships. We have a refining room at the back. We have a hangar at the top with enough space for two vehicle construction areas. We have this long sort of tunnel on the side that goes out to a goes out to the sort of main vehicle exit, or main ground-based vehicle exit. We have these rooms at the back here, which are probably going to be some assembly area, or we might have an assembly area sort of above this area here, so above the whole thing, and then above the actual harbor area, we'll have this sort of conference room, observation deck. We'll have a couple of maybe a mess hall somewhere. It's not 100%, but it's a rough plan of what we want. So it should work relatively well, but we'll see. We shall see.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to drill out there right now. Need a less floaty ship to do it.
Yep, that's fair.
But the bulk of that looks like it's pretty much cleared out.
Mm-hmm.
And I got the ladders exposed on the ladder shaft, so we're good there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not too bad. Should be climbable, I think. That's a hell of a ladder. I'm not climbing it, but it's nice to have, just in case.
I mean, it's more the problem that right now, the only downside is you can't actually get out the top.
Well, yes. I need to mine that out with a hand drill, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm actually doing that right now here.
Oh, fair enough. It's in my opinion, it's rough planning. But I guess that's because, like, my idea of rough planning is a little all over the place.
That should be enough room.
Whereas my idea of precise well planning is an actual, like, 3D model of the whole thing that's been planned out with measurements and everything. But I never do well planning, so, you know, it is what it is. So yeah, this entire area is going to go back, and then this area here is going to be the first sort of inset area for ship docking and stuff. And each ship docking area is probably going to be about the length of this vehicle. So as long as it can fit at least one of these per area, it should be fine. And I wanted it to be tall enough to where we could probably fit a vehicle with masts in here, like a small grid vehicle with a small grid sailing yacht or something. But we'll see how that goes. Right. I'm gonna disassemble this battery up here. Because I've got a couple buildings down here, and one's already built, so we should have decent power. Or at least a decent power source. And eventually this entire side here is going to be mirrored on this side, but for now that's not a priority. We get one side down and then we'll stop on the other. I'm thinking I will put somewhere deep in this base a set of 25-degree slanted assemblers, just because I can. I've done it before. There's actually a set of them on the Gentleman's Folly, which was probably a bad idea, but, you know.
I mean, you could make them spin, too.
You could make them spin. Ooh. You're full of bad ideas, aren't you, Farrell?
It's a stationary base. What's the worst that you could do to it? Don't answer that.
Don't answer that. I could probably build a clang nuke of some sort, is the answer.
Alright, there we go. Just a little bit of panel patching on that outside wall to give it a little bit of breakup visually. Maybe scuff up a couple other blocks just to make it look better. Could almost be the Space Engineer climbing wall. Okay, need to get that little jaggy out of there. Let's see.
Energy low.
I mean, honestly, spinning 25-degree angled assemblers is not actually something that is impossible for me to do. That is actually something that I could probably manage. program them to spin when they're only when they're assembling something. With the event controllers these days, that's probably actually quite possible.
Sounds logical enough.
What the? Oh!
Hmm?
I see! I was
Yeah.
confused by the... Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
just
that...
A little bit of pattern breakup for it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I was looking at it and I was going... What am I... Oh, it's paneling!
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Something that I need to figure out is... right, yes. Okay, so if I do negative on the inside, highest one there, I'm gonna have to take away some of your texturing, Farrell, and I apologize.
That's fine. That makes it more realistic, actually.
Hmm?
If you have to take a patch off and mess around with it a little bit, that just adds more to it.
That's fair. See. Okay, we'll see. See how this one works or not.
Energy critical.
Okay. I'm thinking about the lock gates that we were talking about the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Um, blast doors or full blocks? Or normal blocks, rather.
If we do blast door blocks, it's going to be a really big resource sink.
Let's do... I'll sketch with normal blocks first.
Yeah. Just get an idea of how it's going to look.
velocity. Velocity is minus. And this is fast. Okay, that's not too bad. Let's see. I'll do that. Should work. Yeah, okay. What do you think, Barrel?
For
Door.
oh, that part. Yeah, I think that'll work pretty good.
Yeah? Yeah, that should work.
Yep.
Big wooden door with iron banding. That's not too bad. Look at that. That works pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty big door. Oof.
And just make sure it stays powered, because the wind gets a hold of that.
Well, I think it'll lock when it's in place.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a good idea. Oh, this part's going to be annoying, isn't it?
Oh, the catwalk?
Yeah.
Should be able to do like a corner, whatchamacallit, corner piece on it.
Yes. However, it's not. It's.
I mean, it won't look airtight, but there's not any
Well, no,
real
I'm
way
not
we could
worried
do
about
it.
it looking airtight. It's not meant to look airtight. But
Hmm.
what I am worried about is the fact that I can't build a block in the same space as a cat because of space engineers shenaniganry.
Yeah, I can't really think of any way to really. Yeah, because it's gonna fold in on top of itself there. Unless. Yeah, won't really do that. Okay.
Technically speaking, all I need to do is put in a half slope. But it won't let me do that because of the fact that that catwalk is in the same block. Which, I mean, the easiest thing to do, realistically speaking, is to weld that, like, to merge block that row on.
Yeah, but there's no way to do it where it'll be able to rotate around the catwalks that are behind it in front of it.
Yes, it
So I
will.
was kind of thinking like being able to put a full-size catwalk block in there just as a workaround, but
No, if we use a half slope block in this space here, it should be fine. Because of the way it's rotating.
I mean, annoyingly, there's a catwalk mod that does, if I remember right, have a rounded edge on it that would be perfect right on top of that hinge.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Do you
I don't
think
really.
the miner could carry a set of unwelded blocks on it?
I mean, we've done it before.
Okay. Let's do that then. I will put in a weld tab down here. And then if you want to make a magnet on top of the miner,
Mm-hmm.
I'll add some stuff. Constantly trying to get around space engineers' problems.
I find it amusing that the only thing they actually carried over of worth from the game that used to be able to do compound blocks was the fact that building anything on grassland reflects back this pukish yellow color onto everything. Of all the things they could have brought from that game, that's what they brought over.
Yep. Nope, nope, leave it where it was, Farrell.
Yep.
I was gonna build on top of the mag.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were up there.
Yeah, that's fine. There we go. Okay,
Mhm.
so let's see. I need to do 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then on this side, these, and on this side, these, and then in the middle. These.
It's gonna be a question of, can I get in there before the tide comes in?
Answer is probably no.
Let me head down that way then.
Okay.
This is gonna be iffy AF.
Well, start heading forwards.
Well, let me see if I can actually get below the water first.
Probably a good idea.
You're gonna have to.
Forwards. Forwards.
Yeah, I gotta.
Hold it. Oh, almost there.
Give me a direction.
Roll left.
I cannot roll very well at this point.
Raise. Almost backwards. Oh, down.
I can't.
Oh, God.
That was the ocean putting me into there, amusingly enough.
Almost there. Forward. There you go. Nice.
Can I get out of here? Yes. Ooh, that was good timing. Yeah, it was a case of every time I was trying to go forward or anywhere, it was like, the ocean's like, no, you're not going that way.
Okay, let's see if this works. Yeah, that seems to work pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
Not bad. Not bad at all. That, yeah.
Works very well.
I'll have to do the same thing on the other side once that's built, but for now,
Mhm.
not too worried. Oh. Okay.
It's gonna go in there.
critical. Energy low.
Ah. I think I might have found... Oh, God!
Hmm.
I think there might be a sticky outy block somewhere on the ladder because I was climbing it and then I suddenly got stopped. Wouldn't let me.
Okay.
There might be a
it-
sticky outy voxel somewhere in there.
Yep, wouldn't surprise me.
Not quite sure where I was on the ladder. I tried to get out and I immediately got thrown across the room. Glebe Torin, thank you for raiding, my friend. Welcome, raiders. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Space Engineers. We are doing some dock building today. Slowly but surely getting there. Slowly but surely building and building. I don't think this counts as an airlock, but fair enough.
Close
more
enough.
like just a lock. Fair.
Yep. That's about as close as I can get
I mean,
into
fair
drill it.
enough. Like, yeah,
And yeah, it
that's
does
gonna make
damage,
sure
but
it's- yeah,
yeah. That's danger close at that point.
yeah. Well, that should work. So, ooh, yeah. All of this is good. Ooh, all of this is gonna need repairs.
But that's also the only spot I've got to go in deep on everything. Everything else is, as long as it's behind the cross members, I'm happy with it.
Yeah.
It's actually giving us some nice lighting effects down there too.
I think because all of the ladders are damaged, none of them are properly climbable now, though. So we're gonna have to rebuild those. Oh well.
I just realized I have that connector at the perfect spot. Because if you happen to disconnect it without turning the batteries off of recharge, you just
Oh, nice.
plop right where you're at.
Fair enough.
It's feral safe.
Yeah. Where's my buttons? There. Oops. Hinges.
Ladder Climbing Simulator 2023. Yep, I was able to get all the way up to the top.
Nice. Not bad.
As the rising tide hits a level that now pretty much obscures what we'd got done on the bottom there.
Trying to think about what we need to get. Oh, right. We need. I think. Not there. But. Yeah, maybe. Put the hinge. World's largest wood and iron rudder? I mean, very possibly.
No?
Then again, who knows?
And we gotta get. Where's my chat said? It's a good start. Now we just gotta keep working on it. I do this. And then this. There. And that. And this goes up. That comes up. Will this? Oh. Will it
surprisingly
blend?
Enough, it kind of does work. Ooh, it's shaking. Huh. Hey Farrell, come take a look at this.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it seems stable to me. So it's not jiggling
up
around.
Here, up here.
Oop. Uh, where are you?
Right in front of you.
Oh, okay.
Right next to the
Drawbridge,
bridge thing
yep.
that I was working on. What do you think?
Yeah, it works.
Yeah. Kind of. You can't really get through when it's up, but...
Worked for me.
Well, you can't get through this side when it's up.
Oh,
Then
yeah.
when it's down, there's
Mhm.
a bit of a divot. Not really sure how to fix that.
Yeah, as long as you don't slow down as you're going through it, you're fine.
I guess. I don't know. I suppose I'd like a version of the hinge that is inside a block,
Mm-hmm.
so that you could walk over it if it's in a specific orientation and it wouldn't be a divot, but... Dreams. Dreams. I'm sure there is, Lutheran, but I don't know where I would find it. There's probably something on the workshop, but I'm, I would not know where to start looking, or rather under what search terms to start looking.
Oh, the same way you look for anything else. That cool thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's about as well as any other search term that Steam will accept to find a specific thing.
Or if it's a spacebar mod, anything that uses the letters D, L, and C.
Well, yeah, that's true. This. Yeah. That's not too bad. And then this entire section. Actually, maybe I could make this better. I could make this better. I could make this a lot better. Okay. So. Actually, no, that's silly. Why am I thinking? Well.
Alright, I'm gonna make another run down to the supply closet.
Fair enough. God. I think. I think what I had to start with might have been the better option, but trying to figure out a way to do this that makes sense.
Inventory full.
Let me think about this. Because something... I think I can figure out a way to do this without having the divots and stuff, but I'm not 100% sure yet. So okay, here's the trouble I'm having, chat. So whatever I do, I need to make sure.
Oh, come on.
Oh, what's up, Farrell?
Space engineers.
Oh, well, fair enough. Okay. So whatever I do, I want to make sure this space in the middle is kept completely clear.
Low.
That means that refinery eventually is going to go. But it
Yeah.
also means that I can't put anything further out than this edge. So everything has to fold back inwards. And if we had small, like, one block pistons, then I might be able to figure something out. But at the moment, my brain is not working on that. So
And of course, you're not going to let me get in there to get the 2 tiny little pieces of paneling that have fallen in that gap to get them out of the way so I can repair everything else by replacing it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ah, what if... That might work. I need to push this forward by 1. Okay. So now, realistic. Put that, then 2, 3, 4, and that one there. That doesn't do anything because even though the block is curved, it still has a weird ass hitbox. Yep. Thank you, Keen. But that's so irritating. Fine. We'll do one of these. Use a piston, set 2 blocks into the wall as your walkway. Problem with that crawling chaos is that there's no wall, or there's not enough wall to hide the piston. The idea is I'd like it to be somewhat hidden. That's why I'm trying out an alternative setup. So if we do this, but then okay. So this realistically will only be And then you can do something a little bit like this.
Energy low.
Okay, so if we do problem. It has to be a flat. It has to be a flat. How? Do that. Moves into place underneath. So, with that in mind, we do this, and then this. Why is it this? Is it this? No. Oh, God. If you build a blueprint for the market and it has all the buttons mapped and you crash it, how do it reset the stuff that got destroyed so the buttons work again? Essentially, you rebuild from the blueprint. Homegrown. If you have a projector on the craft that is projecting the craft of that blueprint, then that will rebuild it with all the buttons remapped. This is the skeleton.
Energy critical.
Use your original setup so you can use the staircase when the bridge is up. Move the stair blocks to right below the wall.
Get stuff in pieces, but not the amount I need.
Well, the problem that I'm having at the moment isn't the stairway calling chaos. The problem I'm having at the moment is the fact that I would like to be able to walk over the hinge without having to, like, have that dip where the hinge is. That's my problem. It's nothing to do with the stairway. It's just trying to find the right combination of systems to work together. For now, I'm just going to do this and leave it because my brain is not happy with any of this, and it takes me a while to figure these things out, so yeah. I'm gonna leave it for a little while and come back to it later.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Got I rename something, that's why the buttons were grayed out. Yeah, that happens.
Oh.
How are things looking on your end, Farrell?
Short power cells, unfortunately.
Hmm. Well, I'm about to release the barge.
Release the Kraken!
Release the barge.
Yeah, let me fly down there. I can pick up some power cells and bring them back.
Great, the door is jammed. Oh. So if it wasn't one thing, it was going to be another, wasn't it?
It's moving under its own The drill almost looks like a paddle wheel now.
It does. That was the intention. But
Oh dear. Well, that's as far in as she gets, huh?
yep, and she's not really
All right.
close enough to the bottom to do anything. So she's
So
gonna
what we need-
tunnel. I'll back her in, basically.
Okay, yeah. Back it in, and I'll get ready to put down a gear
Mm-hmm.
so we can lock it down if we need to.
Yeah. She has all directional thrust now, which is nice.
Yeah, now you're just at the mercies of bobbing up and down.
Thankfully, yeah. There's still a bit of drift, but I have my doubts. Oh god.
Uh-oh. That time you did it, not me.
Yeah, there goes the staircase.
It's cursed.
Well,
That sounded a bit more expensive. And that was,
That was
even
a
worse because
thruster.
that's your thruster.
oh, come on. Really, game? Fine. Let's start digging. Why would I do it? Because I'm... Oh,
That-
well, there goes the door.
Yep. Oh yeah, the damage over there looked catastrophic in the brief glimpse I had.
Lovely.
Catastrophic, but chaotic in that fun way.
Yeah, sounds about right. Actually not that bad, but look at it. Might want to weld up that
Working on it.
landing gear again.
Oh, I'm working on getting your other thruster back, honestly.
I don't know.
So I figured that would make docking a lot easier if you have that back.
Yeah.
Thruster up.
Lovely.
I was a little more optimistic and was hoping you'd be able to dock inside, but
Well, I don't think there's really enough space at the moment in there. And the
Alright,
ocean
you should be able-
bit.
there you go.
Might need to switch lock it.
I can get you to... Auto lock is now on. On switch. Really? Come on. Lock on. electrical block is on.
Well, it is locked onto something, all right. It's locked onto a single piece of ore. A single piece of stone, rather.
They're locked. There you go.
Whatever. Sure, that'll do. Ooh. Ouchie.
Yeah, most of
Okay.
the... Actually, there's a reason why you couldn't see the damage. It's all underwater.
Yeah.
We have to reattach the bottom hinge, but that's not too bad.
No, that's not... Well, the... Yeah, no, that's not too bad, to be honest. Yeah, the barge is, a bit of a thing, honestly.
I think if it were on a different planet where the wave action wasn't quite so rough, you'd be okay with it.
Yeah.
You'd have that much more control over it at that point.
Yeah, the wave action on this planet is insane, honestly. But hey, I got a little bit more hollowed out. Let's see how much. Okay, not too bad. There's a decent hollow at the back here now. But yeah, I think barge disassembly is in order next stream. This thing is not helping, realistically speaking. If we want to store things in here, we need something that doesn't destroy the gate.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. But hey, we have half of a gate now, which is nice. At some point we'll need to finish disassembling the wreck.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think that might be a good time to call it, to be honest.
Yeah, I just got the miner docked back up to charge up. I still need to get one of the other batteries replaced and some thrust on the back done and a side thruster done. And yeah.
Well, you know.
It's getting somewhere.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Happy birthday to me.
Indeed.
Yay.
Oh, actually, let me hang on. I got more power cells than I thought. I'll weld these batteries up real quick so they charge up next time. Done.
For people who don't know, the 7th of July is my birthday. So, yeah. Woo. I'm 24. God, I feel old. I say that knowing that literally everyone in my chat is probably older than me.
Hell, almost twice as old here. Darn you young whippersnappers! Get off my lawn!
Technically speaking, you're on my lawn at the moment, Farrell.
This is true.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, all variations thereof, thank you very much for joining us this evening. It's been fun. We've done some progress, kind of, a little bit, just a bit.
A bit. We got a whole mountainside partial. Well, started to be dug out. That's progress.
To be dug out. We're building up the docks. It's looking good. Yeah. As for now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all very much for joining us. I'm gonna go throw a raid at a wasted space who's currently doing some mech warrior. Thank you all very much for joining us. I hope you all had fun. I will be back on Saturday with either some King of the Castle or maybe some something else. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't planned that far ahead. Brothills, thank you for the follow, my friend, and welcome and goodbye. We're gonna go raid a wasted. Thank you all very much for watching, and we shall see you next time. Have a very good evening, everyone, and a very, very good night.